Hey everyone, it's election day. We're here. Eric, so good to see you.
Oh man, it has arrived. I don't know if I'm ready. Are you ready?
I am ready to be honest with you. I'm ready for Kamala Harris to win and it to be over in that order. I mean, I
Yeah.
am ready for it to be over though. I cannot even imagine how she's going to feel when this is over, but and how we're going to feel. I mean, these people have put in blood, sweat, and tears into this election, and we have. And I'm fired up though. I feel like it's game day. I feel like it's the Super Bowl, and I feel like I am somehow I'm in the game and I'm playing. And
We're all in the game, and that's why you reached out to me to do this because we started with, there were white dudes, black women, white women, black men. You and I did comics for Kamala, then we did cooking for Kamala. We told bad jokes and we tried to show off our cooking game, which does not exist. And then it's so fitting that we've brought all the groups, the geeks, the Swifties, the creators, the poets, everyone's coming together today to do something because I get so many texts on election day saying that I'm nervous, I'm anxious, what can I do? And as Michelle Obama says, do something. And so we're going to make 1 million, possibly 2 million phone calls today to swing states to get the vote out. It's going to look a little bit different for everyone at home. First, it's really easy to phone bank. And Jamie and your team, you're going to walk us through how to do that. We've got a lot of artists, creators, actors, athletes who are going to come on and phone bank with us. So you're not doing this alone. But it's going to look a little bit different than some of the other productions because there will be silence at times. And that's just because we're working. I'm a 49ers fan, Jamie. When you go to the games and the 49ers are on offense, there's a big sign that says silence, offense working. You wouldn't know what that looks like as a Rams fan, Jamie, but like this is the offense working today. And so let's get to work. We've got a special guest. Jamie, you were instrumental in bringing he and his family on today. So I'm going to let you introduce him.
yeah, I the outpouring of commitment to this today and this day of action has been extraordinary. And there's one guy who's going to join us right now with his family who has been on the front lines every single day. I mean, he is working so hard for to get Kamala Harris and Tim Walz elected, and I'm honored to call him a friend. I'm honored to he's joining us. We're lucky to have him. He's one of the most talented guys out there. So I want to bring John Legend out with us to just say a quick chat, and then hopefully maybe John will make a couple phone calls, and we'll get this done. John, welcome.
Morning,
Hey,
Jamie.
John.
Morning, Congressman Swalwell. It's good to see everybody, and I'm so excited. What a year this has been. We got a new candidate in the middle of the cycle. We had no idea what would happen when she became our candidate, but we were excited and we were hopeful and we talked about all those different calls that were organized. This is before she was even out there doing a lot of campaigning, but aren't we so lucky that she's given us a campaign to be so proud of? Like, look at her performance out there on the trail as a candidate, listening to the people, developing plans based on what she's getting when in terms of feedback from the people. I've been traveling the country to Pennsylvania and Ohio and other places, and I'm seeing the enthusiasm out there. And we are so fortunate that Kamala Harris has given us a candidate we can be so proud of supporting. I'm here with my kids, and I'm voting for my kids. I'm out there campaigning for my kids for their future. And I want them to have a president they can be proud of, not somebody that we've got to turn off the TV when they get on there because they're going to say something unacceptable, hateful, divisive, just weird. uh, I'm I'm excited that we have a candidate we can be proud of, and hopefully a president we can be proud of. And all the work we're going to do today, all the work we've done in the last few months, is going to pay off. It's worth it. It's worth doing this work. I'm going to do some calls today too, and I'm grateful to everybody who are doing these calls today. Thank you, Jamie, for organizing us, and we're going to go out there and make a difference.
Thank you.
Amazing.
And
I know. Thank you, John and Chrissy and your family for being all in the second that Kamala Harris became our nominee. You have been relentless, and it inspires all of us that we're not helpless, that we all can do something.
Yeah.
Yes, and like I said, it's good to be able to do it for a candidate we're so proud of and who's doing such a great job out there. She's performing like a rock star, like an all-star, an all-pro. She's doing it, and I'm just proud that we can support her.
Great. Amazing, John. And seeing your kids makes us know why we're doing this.
Absolutely.
And great to have you making some calls. Okay, Eric, we're going to bring one more guest before we get to work.
Yeah, I can't wait for people to get a phone call from this guy because it's going to be so, it's just going to blow their minds when they hear his voice. They're going to know right away who's calling. Let's bring in Ken Jeong. Come on, Ken.
Hey, how are you doing, guys?
How's your phone bank game, Ken?
Unlike my acting, I think I have some versatility in my phone banking. I can go toe to toe. I can be funny. I can be empathetic. Just kind of reading the room, if you will, reading the bank. So I did phone bank. I phone banked 4 years ago, and just talking to people all walks of life, and it was one of the most fulfilling, heartening experiences I've ever had.
Any tips for any of the first-time callers who are joining us? You know, we have thousands of people who signed up right now, and they're going to get their instructions in a second on how we're doing this. But any tips for them?
Listen, and just encourage them to vote and speak your heart, be authentic. There are no wrong answers, and just listen to that person, because every person on that other end is going to be different. They're going to respond in a different way. And there were times I talked to people who didn't know who I was, and I didn't want them to know who I was. I just wanted to have a conversation. And I think that was the most fulfilling part of this, is just listen.
Ken, it's so nice to see you again and to have you on here. Yeah, and let's get to making calls. This is what we're here. We're here for action. We're gonna bring Michaela on, who's gonna do a quick train. Now, if you've made calls before, there is a chat. There's a link in the chat, and you can just start making calls. It's the same thing you've been doing. Eric said it is so easy to make phone calls. If you haven't made them, we'll do this quick training, and after you do one or two, you'll totally understand it. It will make sense. Listen, people are gonna get mad that you're calling. You think about what happens to you. People are gonna thank you. People are gonna hang up on you. People are probably gonna curse at you. And you just remember we're all doing it for one reason, which is getting Kamala Harris elected. So Michaela is gonna do a quick training. She's gonna share her screen. She's gonna just walk you through what the script looks like. If you have questions, put them in the chat. Someone will answer for you. And if you don't answer, just give it a second, ask it again. Again, it will be like riding a bike once you do it once or twice. So Michaela, can you share your screen and just walk people through what the dialer script will look like? And again, this is going to be we're going to do this every half hour or so and do a quick training. So if you are coming on late and you miss it, or a friend's going to come on late, there will be more trainings throughout the day. And then we also have another Zoom that's running that you can go into and you can ask very specific questions. So Michaela, thank you for being here. Love your hat. And let's do a quick training so we can make calls.
All right, great. Confirming you guys can see my screen, correct? It's not showing up on my end, but all right, perfect.
Yeah.
So thank you guys for joining. This is a Pennsylvania dialer. We are using Scale to Win this entire phone banking session. It's essentially the same, but I'm going to do trainings twice an hour just to make sure that everyone kind of is all on the same page. It's very simple, very self-explanatory, and we have frequently asked question documents, and we have lots of tech support if anyone needs further assistance. So to start, you're going to click the link, and it's going to bring you to this landing page for Scale to Win. What you're going to do is you're going to hit call with this device when it's time for you to start. You can use your phone, but I would assume that like it might be easier to use your computer. For the sake of this tutorial, what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit preview script just so you guys can see. And it's important to note each state is different in their script and the information they give. The priority today is going to be just making sure people go out and actually vote. So the script is, hi, is this first name? My name's Michaela. I'm calling voters with the Pennsylvania Democrats because today's election day. How are you today? listen and acknowledge their response. You want to make sure like this seems like a human conversation and you're not just talking at them. I find that that's the best way to make sure you have success in keeping them on the phone. So the Canvas result is one of the key things that you have to do. So you want to make sure you're talking to the correct person always. So if I call a phone number for, say, Joe, and Karen answers instead, I would mark either answering machine or no answer. So they'll call back. You just want to make sure that you're talking to the correct person. Obviously, a lot of these are self-explanatory. Hangups, if they hang up. Call back later is if they're like, I'm busy. Refused, we try not to say as much, but also that's like if they're cursing you out or really adamant, do not call again, then you can hit refused. Answering machine or no answer, you don't need to leave a voicemail for this. They'll just continue to cycle through the dialer, so don't worry about that. So if you're talking to the correct person, oh, and also important to note on the right side of your screen right here, that is where you'll find all their information. So for the Pennsylvania dialer, what's nice is they'll have the polling place information on the side. So if people are like, oh, I want to vote today, I don't know where my polling place is, you can just send them that way. First name, last name, and their phone number. Another thing to note is that when you're calling, your number is not going to come up. It's going to just be like a Pennsylvania number. So none of your information's there. You don't even necessarily have to use your real name when you're going. And then, all right, let's see. So the script, once you confirm that you're talking to the right person, I'm talking to folks about Vice President Kamala Harris because she's just like us. Kamala grew up in a middle-class home as the daughter of a working mom. She's standing up to big corporations, protecting a woman's right to choose, and she has a plan to bring down the cost of groceries, housing, and prescription drugs. Can I count on your vote today for Kamala Harris, Bob Casey for Senate, and for your local Democratic candidates? It is important to encourage people to vote down ballot, especially if they really care about the Democratic message as a whole. I feel like a lot of people go in, they just vote for president, and then they forget about down ballot. But obviously, House race, local races are incredibly important. If you have someone who's full or leaning Democrat, what you're going to want to do is thank them for their support. Your vote will make a difference. Just encourage. They can like Kamala Harris, but not necessarily want to vote. So you just need to encourage them to go out and get out the vote. If they're undecided, you input that answer. So that'll be at the bottom. For the sake of this tutorial, I am just going to put undecided, just so you guys can kind of see what that would be. This will give you Kamala Harris has always been a fearless fighter. So you're follow the script, but you're also just kind of pushing them to continue. Kamala Harris is fighting for us and needs your vote. Can she count on your support? You want to listen and acknowledge their response. If they say yes, then you move on to helping them find their voting information. So how will you vote today? Polls are open till 8 p.m. The polling location it's on the right-hand side, and then you can give them the address if they need. And then if they're voting by mail and have any questions, you just want to make sure they know that their ballot must be received before 8 p.m. today. It shouldn't go in the mail. It needs to be in a physical drop box. And another thing that I will say is we have the frequently asked questions document. When in doubt, I would just guide people to the Pennsylvania voter hotline or iwillvote.com/PA. Those will have essentially all the resources that you need. And it's okay to say, I would check there, they'll have the information you need. You're not expected to know everything. This is just more about lighting a fire and getting people to get out and vote. If they say that they are going to vote, you kind of like want to continue to push them, engage and make a plan. What time can you go? Do you know how you're going to get there? If they can't make it to the drop-off location, it says you can bring your mail ballot package to the voting place today, which is nice. And then, so for the voting plan, then you just mark down the Canvas request, election day, that's it. So essentially, it's very simple. And I also just want to show you guys, if you're talking to the correct person and say strong Republican, this mostly should be Democratic voters or people who have voted Democrat in the past. But what we're going to do is, for example, strong Republican, end of conversation. You just say, thank you, have a great day. There's no need to push. All right, so if you guys have any questions, feel free to ask, but that's essentially the tutorial.
Hey guys, sorry. So that's great, Michaela. That was
Amazing.
All right, let's get making phone calls. We're going to be making calls with you guys. You saw we have some other special guests be making calls, and you'll see it throughout the day. So when you make calls, this may pop up with noise. We're going to try and keep it into kind of 30-minute blocks, but we don't know who's popping up when, and we want to have some of our special guests be able to say hello. If you're using a browser, hopefully, try and separate the phone banking browser from the YouTube stream browser so you can kind of see it. We'll put up graphics on the screen so that you'll kind of have a sense of what's going on. But just keep checking back here a bit. But again, you're not here to hear us talk. You're here to make phone calls. So you're definitely not here to hear Eric and I talk. So I'm going to stop doing that. We're going to start making calls, and then we'll check back in about 10 minutes or so and see how it's going. The amazing thing is that we've barely started this thing, and we've already made, I think we're getting closer to 10,000 calls already. Eric said we're going to try and make 1 million or 2 million. I'm hoping we blow through that, but I have no idea. I mean, this is really, truthfully, a first of its kind of how we're doing. So thank you all again for being here. I'm going to bring some of my friends on now to make calls. I kind of want a phone call from Ken Jeong. I don't know how do I work that out? Is there like a way that he can call me to make sure that I voted, or is that not possible? Yeah, so we're gonna make calls with you guys now. So we're gonna mute this stream. So you're not gonna hear any audio coming out of this right now. So don't be confused. If you see people in the chat, be a moderator for us. Answer in the chat and say, they're coming back on. Don't worry about it, guys. Just make calls now. Or join the Zoom. There's another tech support Zoom. Join the Zoom. That's it. Let's make some calls. Let's get voters out. Don't worry so much about the script. It's not the end of the world. You're just calling people to make sure they vote. It is game day. There is no more, we'll call you next week. There is no more anything. This is our day. Let's make some calls. I'm gonna click the link as well, and let's get going. Hey guys, all right, well, I hope the call is going great. This is really exciting. It's so fun to see everybody on the screen making calls, seeing chats about what calls are being made and what people are saying. We're seeing two voters with plans to go vote for Kamala Harris. It's really, it's so exciting. So again, keep making calls. But at the same time, as I said, we're going to have some guests coming throughout the day. Our next guest is going to be Governor Wes Moore. Governor is a good friend of mine. He's been out there on the campaign stumping and working tirelessly. So I wanna share with him. I want to have him come and chat in a second. One other note is that you're going to get sometimes this is a very unusual case. There's a trick that the Republican Party does where they have bots answer the phone for you. I just got one of those, which is really unusual. So it actually sounds, someone says, "Oh yeah, hey, I'm at work," but actually I can kind of take a couple minutes here and talk to you, and they'll try and keep you on the phone. So it's almost like a scam. So just be a little aware of that. And the other thing is that if you're new and you missed the training, we will have another training in a second. So I'm going to bring up Michaela right now to do a quick training. And again, if you've heard this, just mute the YouTube and ignore us. This is just for new people. So Michaela's going to run through it. It's going to be a really quick training. We're just going to breeze through it. If you have more questions, go to the Zoom, and that will be where you can really get detailed questions, and they can answer anything you want. So this training is just to really get you going. But if you feel like you need some more information, feel free just to go to the Zoom, and they'll walk you through it. If you've never used a computer for it, they can walk you through. They've never used a dialer, whatever it is, they'll be able to help you on the Zoom. And again, this training is going to be really quick. So if you have questions after, put them in the chat, and somebody will answer it for you. And you know, for those of you making calls, just keep making calls. Ignore us. This is not about hearing people. This is about making calls, getting people out to vote. I just want to thank everybody for being here. It's amazing that everybody is committing their day to making calls and getting Kamala Harris elected. And it's so great. I'm just seeing some more things in the chat. People just getting back from voting. I just saw a post of somebody in the that sent from New York, which was, "This is not a line for voting. This is a line for people to get on a bus and go to Pennsylvania and actually to get out the vote." I mean, that's been the amazing thing, is seeing the canvassing and the volunteering that's going on. That's the amazing part. Michaela, you're up. Hi, Michaela.
Hold on one second. Okay, great. Real quick, I just want to do a brief training for you guys and essentially show you how to use this dialer. It's very simple. So I'm going to do preview script, but when it's time for you to call, you're going to hit call with this device. Preview script. You want to make sure you're talking to the right person, and their information is going to be on the right-hand side. So it'll have first name, last name, their number, their polling place. I would also say, just note that the polling place, they'll probably ask for that. Also, your number is not going to show up. That is not anything you need to worry about. So once you confirm you're talking to the correct person, you can continue, but all of these other prompts are very self-explanatory. So just go with your gut. If you think it's correct, it's correct. You also don't need to leave a voicemail. Answering machine or no answer, no need to leave a voicemail. All right, if you're talking to the correct person, they're going to give you a little script. You're essentially supporting Kamala Harris. For the sake of time, I'm not going to go over the script, but each state is different. So just keep that in mind when we move on to our next state. You want to gauge what their political stance is. So if they're strong Democrat, That's going to bring you to the next prompt. If they're strong Republican, it's just going to end the call. I'll show you. End the call. You just say, thank you. Have a nice day. End of it. So you're going to tell them why you were voting for Kamala Harris. Let's say that they lean Democrat. Then you kind of give them information. You want to talk to them about how they're voting. So how are you going to vote today? Voting in person. You want to tell them where their polling place is, and that polls are open till 8 p.m. All the information that you need is here. So if they have any questions, a lot of people will already have a plan to vote. It'll be pretty self-explanatory. You mark what their voting plan is, election day. That's it. It's very, very simple. So if anyone has any questions, we have tech support, and feel free to refer to the document. But I know you guys can all do this, and happy calling.
All right, great. All right. Well, thanks, Kayla. That was great. Again, as she said, just put it in the chat and we'll answer questions or go to the Zoom. Now I'm very excited to introduce my friend, Governor Wes Moore. The governor is probably out and about somewhere or on his way out. He's been working tirelessly, and it's just an honor to have him on. He's one of those people that we're fighting for as well. So Governor Moore, nice to see you.
What's up, brother? It's good to see you too, man. It's good to see you too. Yes, we are out. We've been hitting polling stations all day long, and today we're out making sure that Angela Alsobrooks becomes Maryland's next senator, and also that we win the 6th over here in Maryland with April Delaney. But also, you're right, man. I mean, we have been all over the country making sure that Kamala Harris becomes the next president of the United States. And the thing that I know is that nobody is outworking her, and no one is outworking this team. I mean, folks are out here. The energy is real, whether you're talking about Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, and Nevada. I mean, like everywhere we are going, we are seeing how contagious this energy is. And I think people are just ready. And what we've been telling folks is that, listen, people and the voters have heard a lot over these past months. And today is the day that they get a chance to speak. Today is the day they get a chance to have their voices heard. And people are ready to move forward. They're ready. They're tired, and they are exhausted of the divisiveness. They're exhausted by the childish antics. And frankly, and I tell people, all you have to do is look at the closing arguments of the two candidates. The closing argument for the vice president was focusing on how we can build a country that works together, how we can build a country that is going to take care of one another, how we're going to take care of our neighbors, how we're going to take patriotism seriously. And what we've seen from the other side is just continued name calling and childish behavior. People have a very clear choice right now. But I know that the reason we are going to win tonight and why it's going to be a glorious win is because of all the hard work that each and every one of you are doing. No one is going to wake up, and no one needs to wake up tomorrow morning and say, I could have or I should have done more. You're putting the work in. Every phone call you make, every person you touch, every person you tell them to go to iwillvote.com and find their polling station. Every person, and I've been watching the comments and seeing how people are like, I got 2 and I got 3. Like, this is why democracy is a beautiful thing, because it's participatory. Everybody gets involved, everybody gets engaged. And I'm telling you, when we engage, we're going to protect our democracy, and we're going to make sure that we have lawmakers sitting in the seats that can ensure that this great American experiment continues. The way we do that is by making sure that Kamala Harris is the next president of the United States. So I'm
Hey,
so
Governor,
grateful for each and every one of y'all.
it's Eric Swalwell. I represent a Bay Area district, but
Hey,
I went to the University of Maryland. Go Terps! I went to same law school as
Go
Angela.
Terps!
Go Terps! A lot of first-time callers here. We're going to hit about 30,000 calls in the next minute. What's your best phone banking tip? You're one of the best motivators, inspirational speakers we know. What's the best phone banking tip for some of the first-time callers?
I would just tell them that when they go into, tell the person you're speaking to, when you're going into the polls, you have a very personal and solemn decision to make. And pull the ballot for the person who you honestly believe sees you, who honestly sees your family, who honestly is going to work on your behalf. And then frankly, the voter will know the right answer for them. Because when the voter goes and just asks them, all we ask is that when you go in there, forget everything you heard and all the stuff, just take a deep breath and close your eyes for a second. And remember You are a part of a great American experiment that has been going on for hundreds of years. The person who you vote for, nobody will know. But just truly take a pause and take a breath and think, who's going to protect me and my family? Who's going to be the one that sees me in their future vision of the country? And then make your vote. Because I truly believe if people get all the other stuff out of their mind, and if they just take a minute and just take a breath and just think about this very personal and private decision they're going to make, they're going to come with a very clear understanding that there is only one choice of a person who's truly thinking about them and their future in all of this.
That's so well said. All right, we're going to get back to phone banking. We do have another guest, Governor Moore. We need you back out in the streets, getting people rallying, firing them up. I just that's so cool. I love seeing him. He gets me excited. So we're going to bring up Fred Guttenberg now. Fred is an activist, a parent, a Parkland parent, someone who's I've been gotten to know as a friend and just inspires me at all times. Fred's going to just say a couple words, and I really appreciate you joining us and doing everything you do, Fred. You are a guiding light for us. Fred, you're muted, Fred.
Fred, yeah, you got to unmute.
Mute it.
And Fred's like my big brother.
There
so-
we go.
Hey, buddy.
Lil E. I love you,
Little
Eric.
E, yeah.
Listen, we got this today. If we keep putting in the work, we're going to win. But I wanted to deliver a little bit of a different message as to why it matters so much. And Eric, you know me, and you know I will never not talk about why I do this. And to kind of bring everyone into the loop, I'm actually going to read what I wrote this morning on social media. For those of you who don't know me, my daughter Jamie was murdered in the Parkland school shooting. I've dedicated my life to doing something about gun violence since, and today is our final job when I look at what we've done over the past few years to get something done. So here's what I wrote. I couldn't sleep last night. I woke up thinking about how this should have been Jamie's first time as a voter. I woke up thinking about what I lost because of failed policy for far too many years. I can say with certainty that Jamie would have loved voting for Kamala Harris. Today, I am hoping that this country turns out to vote for Jamie and all victims of gun violence, and the chance to do more to prevent future gun violence so that other young people are free from gun violence and get to grow up to become first-time voters. I am hoping that this country turns out and votes for those already injured by the draconian abortion laws and the chance to do more to protect health care and bodily autonomy for women in the future. I am hoping this country turns out and reacts to climate change and the epic disasters that we are now seeing, and I hope to do more to reflect that reality that climate change is real. I am hoping this country turns out to protect voting rights already under attack and the chance to do more to protect our rights to vote in this incredible democracy. I am hoping this country turns out and votes to send a message loudly and clearly that we want decency, civility, and honest debate, and to make clear that we've had enough of the indecency and alternative facts that have affected our political discourse for far too long. I am hoping that this country turns out and votes to make clear that our democracy is still worth defending and something that American voters can proudly stand and deliver the anthem for, and the rest of the world can look up to. Do this for those you love. Do this for those who mean more to you than anything else in the world. Do this for your futures. Just show up and freaking vote. Eric,
Thank you, Fred.
thank you for giving me a chance to be a part of this and the rest of you.
Thank you, Fred, for sharing that. Such touching words, and it means a lot that you would share that with all of us. All right, we're going to get back to making calls. We'll be back on in a little bit to do another training. Again, if you're late, there'll be a training coming up. There's a Zoom link that you can click on, which will take you to a more robust training if you need that. Just get making calls. I can't believe we're over 30,000 already. Again, I think our goal was around 1 million, and maybe it's closer to 2 million now. Remember, tell your friends, post on social media. This is the last day they can do something. Michelle Obama told us to do something. We're all doing it. Let's get our friends to do it, and let's go. believe that this woman is on with us. She is a superhero. Every time I see her, she gets me excited and fired up. And today is the day we need this more than
Yes.
ever. I just want to be
Yes.
sharing a beer with her, though. That's the real thing. I'm just so
Tomorrow.
jealous. So can I?
Focus.
I'm gonna
Focus,
break
Jamie. We
out.
got to win.
Yeah,
We got
okay,
to win.
fine. Focus,
Beers
focus,
tomorrow.
focus.
Jeez.
Beers tomorrow. All right. Um, Eric, will you do the honors?
Yes, somebody who shows us how to win in Michigan, shows us why we govern, to fix the damn roads, as she would say, and so many other uh, policies that she's enacted, and just winning statewide, expanding our majority in the House. Governor Gretchen Whitmer, how is it looking on the ground there? Please, so many first-time callers who are waiting for you to come on.
Yeah, absolutely. So good morning, everyone. I'm so glad to see everyone. Thank you for all the work that you're doing. I can tell you, I was with my team on our bus. We went through Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. Since we concluded the Blue Wall bus tour with Shapiro and Evers, we've been running the bus all across Michigan. And I'm telling you, I'm feeling good. It's still Michigan. It's still closer than it ought to be. And that's why your calls today make a big difference. But my team reported to me, I don't even know how many stops I'd done, but they told me we've done about 160 stops on behalf of the Harris Walls campaign. And, you know, the energy is real. In the last 10 days, we've seen from our early vote, which is the first time we've permitted this in Michigan, historic numbers of people turning out. So I'm just telling you, on the ground, and I'm chatting with Josh Shapiro and Tony Evers regularly, and it's Tony's birthday today. So if he comes on and you talk to Wisconsin, say happy birthday. But anyway, we're all feeling the same thing. You know, it's our ground game is so much better. We've got a superior candidate. We've got receipts on the issues that matter to people. And we got a ground game that is kicking ass and taking names. So thank you for being a part of that effort. Your calls, all the work that you've done, all the outreach. That's how these states are won. It's on the margins, and a conversation, even in the next 8 hours, could make a difference in a state where it was 2 votes per precinct was the difference, and a win or a loss just in 2016. So thank you for everything you're doing. LFG, baby. I saw someone put that in the chat. That's what I've been telling everybody. Let's fucking go.
Amazing. Thank you so much for that.
Oh, I love it. I'm fired up, Jamie. I'm fired up. And we're going to bring it home in just the fashion that the governor described. And so we're going to get back to work. Thank you so much, Governor Whitmer. Jamie, I'm flying from SoCal, where we're going to deliver 3 or 4 House seats up to the Bay Area. We've got more House seats. And I think you're going to introduce our next guest, whose state we just closed out.
Great. We're going to go right to Representative Meng. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for everything you're doing. And just, yeah, let's fire up these troops for a minute and go from here.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so
Oh,
much,
hey,
Eric.
Prince.
Hi, how are you?
Good. Thanks for joining us. So is New York going to deliver more House seats than California? Because I think we can do 4. Can you match 4?
We will help deliver Speaker Hakeem Jeffries tonight. You're on the road in California. I'm here in New York. Thank you, everyone, for all the work that you're doing. I know everyone has been working so hard. We are proud to be here in New York and hoping to, just as with California, deliver more seats so that we can have a House majority and a Speaker, Hakeem Jeffries. My name is Grace Meng. I'm a Congresswoman from Queens, New York, but also chair of Aspire PAC, which is the political side of our Congressional Asian Caucus. We have multiple candidates on the ballot ourselves, and we're hoping with 4 seats to flip today. Dave Min, Derek Tran, Lanon Bakam, and Amish Shah to help deliver this House majority. But I'm proud to be here to cheer you guys on as you make calls in the state of Michigan. I actually went to college in Ann Arbor. We also love Governor Whitmer, and I too want to grab a beer with her one day as well. But really grateful. I know that people have been working tirelessly in the state of Michigan, making phone calls, putting together events, knocking on doors, hosting rallies. And we're so grateful to Kamala Harris and Tim Walz just for constantly making sure that the voices of the people of Michigan are being heard. You know, in the early vote so far, we've seen that we have an extra high number of women who have voted. There are so many young people who have voted early who had not been eligible to vote in 2020. And so we're really exciting. I'm seeing scenes from the campuses around Michigan and just want to encourage everyone to keep making your calls. It is making a difference and will help deliver Kamala Harris to the White House and preserve our democracy.
Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for that. All right, we're going to take a step back and go back to Pennsylvania for 1 minute. Governor Shapiro, we just made about 60,000 calls for Pennsylvania. We're trying to get it out. So I know you're rushing. So fire us up a bit, and then go back to work.
I will. Jamie, first off, thank you for all you're doing. Man, I'm so grateful to you and this group. 60,000 phone calls. Let me just put that in some perspective. Here in Pennsylvania, 2016 was settled by 44,000 votes, 2020 by 80,000 votes. Your efforts really, really matter. And listen, you know, you got to fight for it. I mean, I'm here in Germantown in the city of Philadelphia, just a mile or just a couple miles away from where it all started, where we declared our independence from a king, which we are not going back to, and where we signed the Constitution, which we knew was always a work in progress, always going to require we the people getting off the sidelines, getting in the game and doing our part. And you all are doing your part, even from outside Pennsylvania, helping us in the swingiest of all swing states. I want you to know I feel pumped up. I feel optimistic. We have worked our asses off here in Pennsylvania. And while, you know, my sense is it's close going into election day, every little bit helps. And we've got people power on our side. And so, Jamie, I just want to say thank you to you and this amazing team that you've assembled. It's just incredible, and it's going to be a difference maker. And I hope I'll get the chance to thank y'all on the flip side after we win this race. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate you guys.
Thank you. And we're going to win this, and you're going to be one of the reasons we do it. So thank you for everything, Josh.
Thank you.
And this is the reason I do this. This is one of my amazing daughters, Sawyer. My other daughter, Riley, is not here. But this is what fires me up every day to get Kamala Harris elected.
Yeah.
So thank you.
It
Josh,
should. I want to build a world where Sawyer and my daughter and other daughters out there get back the rights that Donald Trump ripped away from them. This election is about freedom, and in the case of Sawyer, restoring her freedoms. And that's what's on the line. We're going to get it done here. I'll see you soon.
Thank you. Thanks again, Josh. All right, go get him. All right, we're back to training. Sawyer's got to go to school. Go Sawyer. Michaela is going to do a quick training now again. And again, this is going to be really fast. If you miss something, don't worry. It'll be in the chat. You can go to the Zoom room and there's some additional support going on. So Michaela, take it away. We're calling from Michigan now. So if you notice, we switched over to a new link. And that's to call Michigan. If you're still calling Pennsylvania, not the end of the world. We need Pennsylvania votes. But if you could switch over to Michigan, let's make some calls to Michigan.
Yes. Thank you, Jamie. All right. So this is a very easy dialer, same device. You guys are going to hit either call with this device or call another way. It's really up to you if you want to use the phone or if you want to use your computer. Instructions are very self-explanatory, but again, you could use the frequently asked questions or go into our tech support Zoom if you have questions. What we're going to do is I'm going to hit preview script. This will allow you to get comfortable with it. Michigan's is very simple. For those who are on in Pennsylvania, on the right-hand side, there was a polling location. They do not have that, but they do have first name, last name. So you call, you want to make sure you're talking to the correct person. If you are, you hit that. If not, you hit one of the appropriate options on the bottom. You don't need to leave a voicemail. There's no need. These people will continue to cycle through. So you're talking to the correct person. You just want to say, hi, I'm calling with the Michigan Dems. Today's election day and people across Michigan are voting for Kamala Harris, Alyssa Slotkin, and Democrats up and down the ballot. Can we count on you to vote today? So the options are either they're voting today. You can then point them in this direction to help them find their polling place at iwillvote.com/mi, or there's the voter hotline. They already voted. Simple enough. You just hit it. Not voting, you can kind of push them a little bit, remind them of the consequences, see if you can convince, but don't spend too much time on that. And then if they're voting for other candidates, same thing. So voting, that's it. It's very simple. And again, if you have any questions, feel free to let us know.
Great. Thank you. Thanks, Michaela. Thanks for that. Okay, great. All right, we're gonna get back to calling. We got a call from Michigan. So head down, focus, make phone calls. We did about 60,000 for Pennsylvania. Let's try and do at least another 60,000 for Michigan. That's a great goal. And they're gonna go silent now, so don't be confused. You'll see people making calls. Let's bring a bunch of people back up to make some calls. Ken Jung is still calling people. This guy's a superstar. I kind of want to eavesdrop into these calls. We may have to just like start spotlighting Ken's calls. He's having so much fun. It's just amazing. So let's make some calls. Let's get there's our group. And thanks. Um,
All right. Geez, this is incredible. I'm a little quiet. I'm at an airport lounge now, headed up to the Bay Area, but I want to bring on a colleague of mine who is in like the battleground of all battlegrounds, Michigan. Can we bring in Haley Stevens? I mean, and look at Chris Jung. I'm sorry, Ken Jung, Chris Bender, Jeff Berman, Carol Radziwill. They're all jamming here on these calls. We're going to hit 100,000 calls in the next couple minutes. Haley Stevens, what's happening?
Hello, my good friend, Eric Swalwell. Hello from the cloudy yet almost 70-degree state of Michigan right now. I am hitting polling locations. People are throwing parties at polling locations. And I want to tell you all, your calls are working. The data is working. We know who has voted. We know who hasn't. And we are literally getting people out of their homes and bringing them to the polls to vote. I was just at a polling location in a very special community in my district. We were doing live streams. We were calling people from that voting location. So I really want to let you all know to keep going. It is really making a difference. We had incredible early vote turnout, and now we need to get the next batch of people, that final batch of people. And we know when voting lines are somewhat long and they're moving through them, and it's not, an all-day wait, but when we have a lot of people vote, Democrats win. And I will tell you, I have been on the closing beat of this campaign. Kamala Harris, Tim Walz, this electric campaign. I'm about to go see Doug Emhoff. We are freaking winning. We are winning. So please continue to dig deep. Thank you for being an American. Thank you for being patriotic, for loving your country so much, for daring to dream, for getting involved in the campaign. Eric, we're freaking doing this, my friend.
Oh, Haley, you're firing me up. Your governor just gave us some good news about what she's seen. So you've got many first-time callers here, people who've never phone banked before. They're finding out just how easy it is. Any advice that you would give them as far as like what's going to, hit and register with Michigan voters that they're talking to right now?
So look, everyone has seen that we have a major election going on in Michigan. What I want you to tell people when you get them on the phone, if it's for 1 minute or 30 seconds, tell them that Kamala Harris loves them. Say, Kamala Harris loves you, she loves Michigan, and she wants to be our champion in the White House. People need to hear that, right? There's been a lot of negativity. Every darn tootin' ad under the sun is on TV right now. We are closing on that high note of joy, of inclusion, of optimism, of turning a new page, of not going back, and remind people their vote matters. It matters. It's going to make a difference.
All right, Haley, get back to work.
Come on.
I'll see you in DC next week. We're going to try and deliver 4-ish House seats here in California. But Haley Stevens, representative from Michigan, we're making calls for Michigan right now. I'm going to turn it back over to Jamie and Michaela because they're going to, again, just tell you how easy this is to make calls and just kind of walk you through the script and how to do it. Jamie, Michaela, back to you.
Love Haley Stevens. She is always inspiring and exciting, and she is definitely a Michigander. Let's put it that way. I can't believe we're made over 80,000 calls. Michaela, let's get it back at a quick training. Again, everybody, this is super easy. Tell your friends to join. We want to keep making calls. We want to hit that 1 million mark today. So Michaela, let's go.
All right, great. So this is still the Michigan dialer. Link is in the chat. You can hit call with this device, use your computer, or call another way and use your phone. We're going to preview the script real quick, and you can also do this on your own to get comfortable with it. The information of who you're calling is going to be on the right-hand side of your screen. First name, last name. And then, so you want to make sure that's who you're talking to. So hi is first name, last name available. If you're not talking to the correct person, what you do is you hit call back later. Answering machine or no answer, you do not need to leave a message. There's no need for that. Refused is kind of if they curse you out or tell you not to call back, then you hit that. Everything else is self-explanatory. If you're talking to the correct person, you hit that. And then they have the script right here. It's very simple. Hi, I'm Michaela. I'm calling with the Michigan Dems. Today's election day, and people across Michigan are voting for Kamala Harris, Alyssa Slotkin, and Democrats up and down the ballot. That part's pretty important. And then you say, can we count on you to vote at your nearest polling location? Then you're going to gauge if they voted already or not. If you're voting today, you can give them the resources to find their polling place. So the Michigan Voter Hotline or iwillvote.com/mi. They've already voted. Perfect. You click that. Not voting, you can kind of try to push them a little bit on it and just remind them the consequences of this election, but don't spend too much time on that. Same thing with voting for other candidates. And then you just click what your canvassing result is, end the call, and that's essentially it.
Great. Thanks, Michaela. You are breezing through this. Okay, again, if you have questions, go to the YouTube chat, ask questions. If we don't get to it right away, just ask it again, please. We'll get right into it. And then again, you can go to the Zoom chat as well and check in there, and you'll be able to ask even more detailed questions. If you need the link again, you can go to the QR code, which is it'll allow you to scan to make calls. Okay, great. We're going to go back to calling. We'll be back up in a little bit with some more special guests. We have Doc Rivers coming up. We have Jessica Alba coming up. We got Uzo Adobo coming up. We got a lot of other people that will be joining us, making calls and getting out the vote. So thank you guys all again for being here. We're going to hit the 100,000 mark any minute, which is going to be really exciting. And let's go. Let's make calls. Hello, everyone. Hey, okay, great. All right. Whoa, 140,000 calls made? That's unbelievable. Eric Swalwell is on a plane, which is amazing. Okay, great. We've made calls so far for Pennsylvania, Michigan. Now we're switching to North Carolina, where I have been making a movie for the last couple of months, which has been pretty amazing. Michaela is going to walk us through a quick training. But I cannot believe how many calls we've made in such a short time. So, Michaela, take us away.
All right, great. So same thing, scale to win dialer, very simple. We're going to preview the script. You want to make sure that you're talking to the correct person, and that'll be on the right-hand side of the screen. And then there's some helpful links too, and also talking points for issues. But I just want to say this is mostly for get out the vote. So you're not really going to change people's minds at this point. But if you get someone who's still undecided, you are more than welcome to use those talking points. You always want to make sure you're talking to the correct person, use their name on the right-hand side to confirm, and they'll give you a polling location, which will come in handy, and I'll explain why in a moment. If you get answering machine, no need to leave a message, totally fine. That'll just cycle them back through the call sheet. Also, you can put refused or hostile, very self-explanatory. Okay, now if they already voted, you click that off the bat. You're talking to the correct person, continue. Hi, I'm a volunteer from Team Harris Walls. Have you had a chance to vote yet? You get their information. If they're a Trump supporter, you click that, end of call. If they haven't voted yet, then you just say, got it, thanks for letting me know. Can I count on your support for Kamala Harris, Josh Stein, and Democrats up and down the ballot? And then even if they're undecided, so you just essentially support ID, you click whatever they say. This will then bring you into some more scripts, and you can see if you can persuade them, lean Harris, and then this will give them information. So the polling place, the script is very self-explanatory. And then if they haven't voted yet, you can actually text them the link to their polling place, which is a really special feature for the North Carolina one. Essentially, yeah, that's it. If you guys have any more questions, feel free to drop them in the chat or use the frequently asked questions document. One important thing that you want to tell voters while you're talking to them is North Carolina now has a law that you need to bring photo ID to vote. So that's also in the talking points document, but just remember that everyone knows because that is a new law. Thanks.
Great. Okay. Very exciting. We're gonna have Governor Cooper joining us during this hour. We also have Jessica Alba coming up a little later and some other people. So thanks a lot. Make sure to tell your friends to join and start making calls. We're gonna hit that million mark today, and let's get after it. Let's make some calls. Thank you very much. Oh, and then we got a special treat. Ken Jung, I think, is gonna let us eavesdrop into a few phone calls. So this is very exciting. This might be a new stand-up bit for you, Ken. You can just go on the road making phone banking.
It might. I apologize if there's an echo. I'm using my actual phone now.
That sounds good, I think.
Hi, is Donna available? Hi, Donna. My name is Ken Jung. How are you doing today?
Fine. What can I help you with?
Yes, I am volunteering with Team Harris Waltz. I actually grew up in the state of North Carolina. Just wondering, have you had a chance to vote yet? Yes.
Here.
Continue calling.
That was awesome, Ken. So great. I'm gonna be like Ken's cheerleader as Ken makes the calls.
We see here. I'll put this on mute. I'll put you guys on mute and do this phone. Okay. But my audio will be. We'll see how this installation project works.
Goodbye.
Hi, is Timothy available? Okay. This is my home state of North Carolina, and just doing my best. The key is to, in my opinion, have a thick skin. Don't take anything personally. And when it's really nice, it's really lovely. Hi, is Natasha available? My name is Ken Jung, and I'm volunteering with Team Harris Waltz. Have you had a chance to vote yet? Thank you so much. And thank you for being a voter. Okay, keep going. I'm gonna keep calling. And if this is boring you, you can please log me off. It's fine. If this is hurting anybody in any way, please log me off. I won't take it personally. Just doing our part. By the way, the best dad jokes are on this Scale to Win app, I just have to say. Using all these jokes. Oh my goodness. I just come here for the material. Using this all for my next Netflix special called Unusable. All right. Hi, is Tempest available? Hi, Tempest. My name is Ken Jung, and I'm a volunteer for Team Harris Waltz. Have you had a chance to vote yet?
Yes, I just did.
Oh, wonderful. And can I nudge you a little bit to vote for other people as well? Thank you. What if I'm not calling anybody? What if I'm calling Domino's? Would you guys know? Just wondering. I'm calling, guys. Just relax. It's legit. Hi, is Jasmine available? Okay. Keep calling. I should put myself on Zoom every day just to make phone calls. You know. Everyone's dream to see a C-list celebrity making phone calls. Only in America. Only in America. Hi, is Adam available? Hi, my name is Ken Jung, and I'm a volunteer with Team Harris Waltz. Have you had a chance to vote yet? Have you had a chance to vote yet? Oh, wonderful. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you for being a voter. God bless. Thank you.
Ken, that was awesome. We're back. Ken, you turn the turn.
Oh, I'm
Ken,
sorry. Well, I must have. Does
Ken,
Joseph live here?
Ken. All right, Ken's left the audio, so he can't hear us. This is like the, oh, there we go. Okay, great. I just learned, by the way, I just learned Ken was a Duke grad, and I have a daughter at UNC. So now Ken and I can't be friends anymore. Okay, this is pretty funny. I this morning when we signed on, I had this vote hat, which was pretty cool. I was very into it, but someone forgot to give me a little heads up that that wasn't the uniform for the day. So I was not lucky enough to secure one of the Harris Walls camo hats. I am hoping that one of these nice people will share one of their hats with me after the fact. But it's a little embarrassing that I missed the uniform request. And then we're also going to have Dan Goldman for Congress is coming up. And then we'll do another training in a bit. But let's get back to making calls. We're almost at the 150,000 mark again, and which is just awesome. I'm really, really excited about this number. Let's keep making calls, people. We're gonna get to this goal of 1 million. I'm confident. And thanks a lot. Hey everybody, great. These calls in North Carolina are going amazing. I am currently playing hooky from producing a movie in North Carolina, but it's well worth it. In honor of that, I am going to bring somebody else up, but you can't tell anybody she's here because in this movie, which is called Roof Man, I'm doing with Channing Tatum, Kirsten Dunst. I have one of my stars, Uzo Aduba, who is sneaking out of her work right now to be joining us on this call. So Uzo, we can't tell anybody. We're gonna get in big trouble for doing this. So keep it quiet, okay? Oh, you're muted, Uzo. You're muted. There you go.
Yes, Jamie, we're gonna get in big trouble. Big trouble. Hi, everybody.
We've been
How
making
are
calls.
you all doing? I hope.
Yeah, we've been making calls all morning. We've called
Sorry.
100. We've done 150,000 calls this morning.
Wow. Wow. You guys are awesome. You are rock stars. You are the stars of this election season, of this campaign. It is the reason why we will be charging over the finish line by electing President Kamala Harris into office, and it is because of your hard work and efforts. And I just can't say enough, truly, how grateful I am to your work, to the time, hours, the tireless time you have been putting into this on behalf of democracy. It is just amazing. You know, I can only imagine where your energy levels are, and you've been doing call after call. But please know, Jamie's laughing because it's true. 150,000 plus calls is no small thing. But you know what? It's entirely worth it, you guys. You are on the right side of history. You're doing the thing that all of us should be doing, frankly, and you're taking up the arms that I'm just so grateful. I'm truly so grateful for each and every one of you. So congratulations. Couldn't do this without you. I thank you. I thank you as a woman here in North Carolina who comes to work here and who wants to continue to grow her family and wants that this state to be a state that is safe for her to do that throughout the term of my pregnancy. So I'm not pregnant right now, let's to be clear, but if when next I'm back here. But yeah, just you guys you rock. You're awesome. You're absolutely awesome. You're the best. And just sending all the love and congratulations. And let's go, Kamala.
Let's go, Kamala. All right, back to work, Uzo. Don't tell anybody, okay? All right,
Yes,
thank
I
you.
genuinely have to go now. Yes, for sure. All right, bye, y'all.
All right, bye. Okay, that was amazing. All right, and also keep the stories up in the chat. It's so amazing to read that. You know, I saw somebody talking about how they heard a little girl in the back screaming Kamala, and you have people working the polls and people voting for the first time. I mean, that really is what this is all about. It's about those stories. So we're going to do a quick training for those who are new, who've never done this before. Michaela is going to breeze through it, and then we're going to be joined by Governor Cooper in a bit. So let's go, Michaela. Let's go through the training.
All right, great. So yes, this is the North Carolina dialer. You're going to hit either call with this device or call another way. It'll prompt you to plug in information, but it's not going to show up as your number. Preview script, you want to make sure you're talking to the right person. So their name is on the right-hand side, as you can see, and then also their polling location will be there. This North Carolina dialer also has a lot of great information. So there's the voter hotline. There's information if the hurricane affected anyone's voting. And then iwillvote.com/NC is a great resource to send people to if they have other questions. So once you make sure that you're talking to the correct person, you hit talking to the correct person, which I will go through in a second, but you don't need to leave a message if no one answers. You just hit no answer. Call back later is if they're like busy, can't talk, call back later. Refused or hostile, pretty self-explanatory. Everything is pretty clear. And then there's already voted. And then there's already voted if they like say, I already voted for Kamala, if they offer that up. But if you're talking to the correct person, you just say, hi, I'm a volunteer with Team Harris Walls. Have you had a chance to vote yet? If they've already voted, you click that, call's over, done. If they haven't voted yet, you can click it and then kind of gauge where they fall politically. So can I count on your support for Kamala Harris, Josh Stein, and Democrats up and down the ballot? If they are strong Republican, it's also going to prompt you to end the call. So just kind of go with whatever answer they give you. You can select that prompt. they are a strong Democrat, you want to help them vote. So it'll give you guys information to help them vote. It'll have their polling location. And that is like the best way to be like, you're making it simple for people. Just this is where you have to go. This is a number you can call if you have any questions. Just make sure to remind people to bring photo ID to the polls. This is a new law in North Carolina, and we don't want anyone to get there and not be able to vote because they forgot their photo ID. And then if they haven't voted and they're a supporter, what you can do is you can send a text to them and it'll automatically input their number. And then that'll send them their polling information so they have it on their phone and they don't have to like write it down. And that's essentially it. If you guys have any questions, we have our tech support Zoom, and we also have the frequently asked questions document. So thanks.
Great. Yeah. Yeah. So if you see on the live stream, you see up at the top, it says not only click here to open the phone bank dialer, but also need help, join our tech support Zoom. So people are manning that right now. So no matter how big or small the question is, again, if this is your first time phone banking, well, after you make a couple, it's also easy, but it is confusing and for those first couple. So feel free to use that Zoom, ask questions. Keep going on the chat, add things, and yeah, don't worry. Don't worry about the script. This is game day. This is the Super Bowl. Just getting people out to vote. You don't really need to get through everything if you can't. Just make calls. Keep going through that dialer. Don't get dissuaded if you get someone who's not excited to talk to you. Every extra vote we get out today is going to be a vote for Kamala Harris and important races up and down the ticket. I've been in North Carolina the last couple of months. Those races down ballot are so extraordinary. It's really amazing. We're up to 164,000 calls, and we're only into hour 2, so we're doing so well. We're gonna jump back onto making calls, and then as soon as Governor Cooper joins us, he'll give us a little more insight from on the ground in North Carolina. So thanks everybody. Let's just power through those calls. Again, our goal is to hit 1 million, and I'm confident we're going to do it. So thank you very much. Great. Okay, so the man on the ground, Governor Roy Cooper, is here with us. He is just a great governor, is extraordinary. It's been great to be in his state. So I'm honored that he can join us. We've had all these unbelievable governors today, and Governor Cooper has been doing great work in North Carolina and is going to help bring the state home, get Josh Stein elected. Mark Robinson, Josh Stein's opponent, is one of the truly worst people I've experienced. Since I've been in that state and been there, I've been seeing the comments that he's been making. He is making giving Donald Trump a run for his money as far as somebody who is really dangerous. So Governor Cooper, thank you again for joining. It's great to see you again. I always love seeing you. And yeah, how's it going on the ground in North Carolina? What are you seeing? And just give us a little more of a pep talk for this 75,000 calls we've made today.
Jamie, thanks to you and this team who are making calls to make a difference. This race is going to be so close, but I have that 2008 feeling. And those of you who may not know this, but Barack Obama won North Carolina in 2008. We made history. That's the last time we voted for a Democratic presidential candidate. We are ready to make history again. The numbers look really great right now. Early voting was strong. One of the things that stood out to me, 55.5% of our 4.4 million early votes was women. When you look at what happened in 2020, women were 54% of the electorate. It's pretty clear that people are very upset about this 12-week abortion ban that passed by one vote over my veto with the supermajority Republican legislature. They know Donald Trump caused this. Kamala Harris has been to North Carolina 21 times since she has been vice president. She is getting her message across. I've been to so many get out the vote gatherings here over the last few days. There is a feeling on the ground here that things are breaking. The calls you make today, the people that you can encourage to get to the polls today can make the difference. North Carolina was Trump's closest win in 2020, only 1.3%. Guys, we can do it in our sleep. We can overcome this margin. We can work the entire down ballot. We've got an important governor's race. I'm term limited. Josh Stein is running against one of the most far right-wing extremists in North Carolina and maybe national history. There's also a ticket of right-wing extremists that Republicans have nominated this time. So your work to help elect those Democrats down ballot, including breaking the supermajority in our legislature, helping to elect Don Davis to an important congressional swing state, helping to elect our Democrats to the court. These are so important. So please continue your work. I don't want to take up too much of your time because every single call is valuable, and 1 or 2 votes every precinct can make the real difference. I want a president who wakes up every morning thinking about the American people instead of a president who wakes up every morning thinking about himself. Our democracy is at stake. North Carolina can be that state that seals the deal. Your calls today can make a real difference. So Jamie, thank you, your team, everybody who's making these calls. Everyone can make a difference. And I'm in fact going to go in just a few minutes to several precincts where they have long lines, and I'm gonna high five everybody. And we don't have a rule. I may give them some water and maybe a cookie and encourage them to stay in line so that we can make sure that we win this thing.
Well, thank you, Governor Cooper. Yeah, buy cookout for everyone. Thank you. Thank you so much for being here. And yeah, go high five them on our behalf. Okay, we're gonna get back to calls and
go get them, guys. Thanks,
yeah,
Jamie.
Thank you. All right, bye. Okay, great. We're gonna get back to calls and then we'll have some more guests coming up. Bellamy Young from Scandal is who's a North Carolina native is gonna join us, and take us out of North Carolina and onto our next state. So thank you very much.
didn't pop up.
Hey everyone. So really excited. We have Jeff Jackson right now, who is running for Attorney General, who is in North Carolina. Jeff, it's an honor to meet you, especially because we're both Emory alums. So we have to reconnect on that. After you're elected and after Kamala Harris is president, and I'm back in North Carolina, we're going to talk about that. So Jeff, give us a little taste of what's going on the ground. It looks like you're out in the street somewhere.
In a polling location in Wake County, our capital county, most populous county. The numbers here are fantastic. So when I showed up, they were almost at the number that they hit in the last election on election day. So they think they're on track to double the turnout at this location on election day, which is absolutely fantastic. It's a very Democratic friendly precinct for us. I'll be in 4 or 5 different precincts, all in Wake County. I understand that all of you have a goal of calling 2 million people in North Carolina. That is phenomenal. I mean, as a guy in a 1% race, race is going to come down to 1 point. I really appreciate that. But I'm also here with Sarah Tabor. She is talking to a voter right now, but she's running for agriculture commissioner. We just have probably a dozen statewide races in North Carolina that are going to come down to 1 or 2 points. So literally the effort that all of you are putting in today could make the difference in 1 or more statewide race, including mine. So I just wanted to come on and say, everything we're seeing on the ground looks really good. We are knocking far more doors than the other side. The estimate is 8x. Fantastic. A total reversal of what we saw in the last presidential election cycle when they out-knocked us on the door. Our canvassing game, the field organization in North Carolina, has been absolutely phenomenal. Most we've ever seen in the history of the state, including the last time we flipped it in 2008. So everything I have to tell you is good. All the numbers look good. The energy on the ground is good. Y'all, this thing should work, and you are going to put us over the top. North Carolina is going to make it an early night in the presidential race. That is my firm belief. So I really appreciate it.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much. And thank you for running and thank you for everything you're doing. And we really appreciate, we're going to making calls. We're making calls all day. We're hitting every battleground state. So we're spreading the love. I assume you'll be out in more. I was out in Moore County not that long ago. Checking out and I saw some amazing volunteers there who were just telling me the lines have been nonstop and it's just been great. So the turnout's been great and it's really exciting. And now, Jeff, we're going to North Carolina native Bellamy Young, for Scandal star, who's been out working and also helping and raising funds for the hurricane relief. And so now we're going to go on to her. Thank you, Jeff. Bellamy, hi.
Hi. Oh, let me get myself. Am I good? Can you hear me?
Yes, we got you.
Yay, Jamie and everybody. Hello, hello, hello. Oh my goodness, what an honor to follow Jeff. Just love him to pieces, and the work that he's doing is so important. So I loved also what he was sharing. 8 times. We have 8 times out knocked our other side. That is incredible, and I really do think it's going to translate. Jamie, when we were together, gosh, not even a month ago, Governor Roy Cooper, our wonderful Roy Cooper, said he had that 2008 feeling. And I am just I am riding that wave of hope and joy, and also work put in. Like, everybody showed up to really manifest love conquering hate and exclusion today. So, and Jamie, you're like leading that wave. I can't thank you enough.
Oh, we all are. You're doing some. That's the amazing thing, is the amount that everybody is doing right now. I mean, I'm so excited, and you're an example for all, and example for young women. And I just can't thank you enough for what you're doing. So I appreciate it. But we're gonna get back to calls, because that's what this day is all about.
Do it up. I'm sending everybody love. My little sidekick here is sending everybody love. Let's do this. Let's bring North Carolina home and make it an early night.
Yes, exactly. That's what we hope. That's what we hope. So thank you. Thank you very much. All right. We're going to bring Michaela back on to do a quick training. So for all you new people that are just joining us, we're going to do a quick training, which will let you sort of give you the short cliff notes to how to phone bank. If you need more time to learn or to have any more questions, then there's a link that says at the top, need help, join our tech support Zoom. That will really give you some more detail. So if you have any questions at all, feel free to go there. People are manning it all day, and they're there just to answer anything. So no questions too big or small. Don't be embarrassed if it's your first time. It'll be really easy after you do it. Great. All right. So Michaela, let's go through this quickly.
Great. So we are switching to Georgia. The link should be updated and we will make sure that that is done, but it's essentially same thing, scale to win dialer. You can preview the script and you can select which calling you want to use to call. So you just want to make sure you're talking to the correct person. On the right side of the screen will be their first name, last name, and their number. It's an auto dialer, so you don't need to worry about their number, and you don't need to worry about your number showing up. It'll be a Georgia state number. Make sure you're talking to the right person. If you're not, you just hit call back later or wrong number. You don't need to leave a voicemail, but just if they don't answer, hit answering machine or no answer. If you're talking to the correct person, you just say, hi, have you been contacted by the Georgia Dems today? If they have, you can put already contacted, which is at the bottom of the Canvas result right here. And then if they haven't, you proceed. So you just say, hi, I'm Michaela. I'm talking to folks in your neighborhood about Vice President Kamala Harris because she's just like us. They have this nice script for you. And you just say, can I count on your vote for Kamala Harris and Democrats this year? If they are not supporting, that is when you kind of end the call. You just say, thanks for your time. Have a great day. There's really no use in arguing or trying to change someone's mind at this point. This is more a get out the vote effort. If they already voted, already contacted, you can click that and it'll bring you to this screen. And then if they are leaning, you click this and you talk about, while Kamala Harris has always been a fearless fighter for people, Donald Trump's Project 2025 agenda is a nightmare, essentially. So you have the script there, and then you can talk about what you like about Kamala Harris and why you're voting personally. I'll also add some talking points into the frequently asked question document, but just go with your heart. I find that those conversations work the best if you just genuinely share why you're excited about Kamala Harris as a candidate. If you're able to convince them, you hit yes, we'll vote. And then you talk to them about their voting plan. So you just say, thanks for your support. Today is election day. Polls are open 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. You help them make a voting plan, and then you can help them look up their polling location at iwillvote.com/GA. And then you help them make their plan. You put yes, pledge to vote on election day, or maybe end the call. Like I said, you guys can use the script preview as a tool to kind of practice the different scenarios on your own, but that's essentially it. It's pretty easy, and we're here if you guys need help.
Great. Thanks, Michaela. Yeah, and again, it's easy. Once you get into it, you won't have any problem doing it. And again, keep the notes in the chats. I love reading them. They're really inspiring. And again, don't get stuck on a call. Don't worry if it goes off script. There's no there's no real right or wrong at this point. We're just getting people out to vote. You're not trying to convince a Trump supporter at this point to vote for Kamala Harris. That's for another day at another time. It's we got a few more hours to make calls. Again, tell your friends to join us, post on social. Whoa, 362,000 calls made. I guess we've been behind on updating. That's amazing. I'm in shock. All right, great. This is really exciting. I want to get to that million number. So invite your friends to join us making calls. It's as you guys know, it's so easy, and these calls are going to be the difference. Not only when it comes to Kamala Harris, but as Jeff Jackson said, it's those down ballot races. I mean, we're now into Georgia, but I've spent so much time in North Carolina. The woman running for state superintendent is doesn't even school her kids in public school. She was at the January 6th insurrection. So it's these some of these down ballot people are really scary, and that's where these individual votes make such a difference. There's a Don Davis is running in the first district. His election is going to come down to tens or hundreds of votes. So these calls really are going to be the difference. I want to thank you all for being here. We have Tony Goldman's going to be joining us soon. We have a lot more people are going to be joining us. But again, this is just about making calls. So I really want to thank everybody for being here. I want to thank Ken Jung, who's been on since early this morning, and he's been really he's really been really fantastic. And all right, again, thank you. Let's make some more calls, people. And I'm gonna bring someone who's here right now. Let's see. Sorry. And now I've really special. Oh, so what a treat. I didn't even know Jesse was here. Jesse Tyler Ferguson. So exciting. Hey, Jesse. We're just winging it right now. So thank you very much for being here. Where are you right now? What's going on? Give us a little insight.
So I am in Los Angeles, California. California, the very blue state. I just got out of a core yoga class. No, core Pilates class, because this is how I'm releasing tension today. I just want to thank everyone for doing everything you can in this last push. I think we're focusing on Georgia right now. Am I right?
Yeah, Georgia right now.
Yes, that's fantastic. I thank you all for the hard work you're doing. I'm sure everyone here has already voted, but encouraging those last people to get out and vote is so incredibly important. I just had my dad visiting me from the state of New Mexico this past weekend, and he told me that he didn't vote for either president. And that was such a blow to me. And it was really disappointing. So it really fired me up to just do as much as I can to make sure people at least get out and vote. Obviously, we all know who we want them to vote for, but just the fact that he threw away his vote was really heartbreaking to me, that a man of 78, who knows how many more elections he gets to vote in, was choosing not to vote. So there are people out there who still have not voted. They need the encouragement, and you all are the right people to do it. So I thank you all so much for your hard work.
Thank you, Jesse. I really appreciate that. And I think, as somebody who has two daughters, one who can vote, one who can't, it's all about voting for other people. I'm really excited now. We got some more people joining us from set, not my set on this one. But I'm now going to introduce Ben Stiller and Jake Johnson. Guys, thank you so much for taking the time out of work. We won't tell anybody that you're playing hooky from work for a bit for joining us. And as you guys know, this is the most critical thing to be doing today. So thank you guys so much.
Hey, hello.
I see you. We got
Hey
you.
guys. Hey, everybody. We're just here to support everybody who's out there. Are we on? We're doing it?
You're on. You're doing it. We can hear you.
So exciting. It's such a hugely important day. I'm here with Jake Johnson. We're here working, but we both voted, and what you're doing, getting out the vote in these swing states, is so incredibly important. It's going to make the difference, and we just want to say thank you for all the work you're doing. As we all know, the stakes are incredibly high, and this rallying of support and what people are doing right now today is going to make the difference. And for me as a dad with a daughter whose reproductive freedom is incredibly important, this is, to me, just as important as it gets in this election. So thank you for getting out there and doing it. And, just try to connect with people when you're talking to them, and be honest, and, tell them how passionate you are, and connect with them on a real level. So it's super great that you're doing it, and thank you.
Yeah, thank you guys for putting this time in. We all really appreciate it. It's great stuff.
Ben, Jake, I really appreciate it. I know you guys are in the middle of work, and so you're just coming on. We're at 360,000 calls made just in the first 3 hours.
And I know, yeah. And this is where the difference is made. So, and it's the final push, and we're all, incredibly, I know, energized and stressed and wanting this to go well, and what you're doing. I see Tony Goldwyn. I mean, come on, this thing, it's like Tony Goldwyn's here. It's happening. It's on. All right, come on. We got some handsomeness here. All right.
Got a lot of handsomeness on this Zoom.
Yeah. So I think this is what it's about, like getting out and doing it and making the difference. So thank you guys.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you guys. Really appreciate it. Yeah. So from Mr. President, Tony, is that what I need to call you, Tony, or am I allowed to call you Tony? What's the proper name to go by for you?
Jamie, only you are allowed to call me Tony. Everyone else. Well, no, thanks for having me. This is super exciting, and I want to say thank you to everyone who's I've never, I've been kind of doing everything I can in these election cycles over the past number of years now, and I have never seen energy like I've seen between what I saw at the convention and up to today. It's just incredible. So thank you to all of you getting out this vote to Georgia, because we are going to leave no stone unturned, and that's what it's going to take to do what needs to get done. And this is all about what's happening on the ground. So I just cannot thank all of you enough, because you guys are really making the difference. It's pretty extraordinary to witness.
Well, thank you, Tony. And you've been doing so much work, and I saw you at the convention, and it was so inspiring to hear from you. It always is. And I know how busy you are, and you really are making a difference and an impact. So thank you. Now we're going to bring up Kelly Rowland, who is with us. So Kelly got to see her, as the whole world did, in Texas with Vice President Harris and her friend Beyonce. So Kelly, thank you for being here. We're at, I think, probably getting close to 400,000 calls made already today. And you're going to be one of the reasons why. So it's so great to see you.
No, it's so great to see you. We're all the reasons why. Let's just keep pushing forward. Thank you so much. Thank everybody. Everybody's been so involved. I think that's what's been so beautiful about everything, to see community happen. I think that's the most amazing things. But thank you so much to everybody that's calling and making sure that everything is getting just pushed through. We really appreciate all of your energy, your efforts. Thank you so much from the bottom of our hearts. Georgia.
We do have a little Georgia song. That's great. I could sing if you want instead. Is that better? Do you have
the whole day through? We love Georgia. I'm born in Georgia. Atlanta baby.
Really? Oh, wow, look at that. I went to Emory. You're from Georgia. Okay, great. All right. Well, listen, we're going to take that music, we're going to put it in our ears, and we're going to go back to making calls. Kelly, thank you so much for everything you're doing. Everybody, as I've said before, there's the link to the dialer up top. So you can just click on that in the chat. And then you can also click on the Zoom link. If you need more help and more instructions, feel free to do that. Thank you very much. And now back to calls. So thank you guys, and let's do it.
Hi, can I speak with Letitia?
JB, I just landed in the Bay Area. Is this thing still going?
It's still going, Eric. We're at
What?
400,000 calls. I think the fact that you weren't with us for a bit is actually why we've been so
Yeah.
successful.
Oh, wait, is Ken Jung still making calls?
Ken is the king of phone banking. This guy is going to break his own a personal record.
I don't want to see his data plan. Okay, let's get back to work. I'm jumping back on.
Okay, great. We missed you. Okay, great. All right, let's keep making calls. Let's keep making calls, everybody. We're doing so well. I think we're probably close to the 400,000 mark. So I know the data is lagging behind, but this has been great. So let's keep going. Thank you guys all for being here. Thanks for making calls. We're gonna keep at it. So thank you guys. Hey guys, just loving seeing these calls, watching people get the enthusiasm, the excitement is wild. That we're getting so much great feedback in the chat. And what's the greatest thing, and I had this happen to me on a call last week. Ken Jung was just telling me that he spoke to somebody who forgot that today was election day. And I know that just sounds insane to us. But there are some people who are just not glued to the TV, not glued to reading, and are just doing their work. I love seeing Kelly Rowland making calls. That is amazing. Yeah, Kelly, you got something to say? Kelly.
Yes. How do we get them a ride to the polls? Like that's like the next thing. I'm like, should we like actually call them an Uber? I'm like, should I call them an Uber?
I mean, that would be very generous of you. I would direct them to the Georgia voter hotline, which I will the number for you.
Okay. Yeah, take down that person's number. We had an amazing story a couple years ago. Lily, who's on this, she actually spent hours trying to find an older gentleman a ride using Facebook groups in order to ultimately find him a ride because we couldn't get an Uber or a taxi, and got that man who was 95 years old. His name was Tommy. And we got some random person who took him to the polls and then waited for him at the polls so that he could vote and place it. So give this person the Georgia hotline number, and why don't you give them we'll give them somebody else's number. We'll text you a number to give them as well and have them call us back to update. Tell them to call the Georgia voter hotline first. But if they don't get anywhere, then we're going to give them a cell phone number I'll message you to have them call us because we want to get that person out. Eric's joining us now too as well.
Okay, Jamie, I'm on the ground, back to making calls. I cannot believe we just crested 400,000 calls. We're not even halfway through yet. I do want to bring in, though, a colleague of mine, someone that many of you know. He is a freshman member, which is kind of surprising because he's kind of a boss, and you wouldn't know that he's only a freshman member. And that's Dan Goldman from New York. Hey, Danny, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, Eric, how are you?
I'm good. I was in SoCal yesterday for George Whiteside's. That's a congressional seat we have to win. We're going to try and put 3 to 4 seats up tonight in California. Can you match that in New York?
You know, I'm going to tell you right now.
Here we go.
I'm gonna put. What are we going to do? We're going to put a little bet on which state, New York or California, can flip more seats. So
okay. And here's the deal:
pretty good.
If California wins, you have to wear a Dodgers jersey on the House floor. If New York wins, I'll gladly wear the pinstripes.
That works perfectly. I like it.
All right.
But yeah, we're feeling good. I was out in New York 1, John Avlon's district yesterday, and a lot of good momentum for John. Spent a lot of time with Laura Gillen in New York 4 against Anthony D'Esposito. So a bunch of these House races in New York and California, as we know, very well may tip the majority, even though they're not relevant to the president.
So Dan, you've run a couple hard races now. We've got a lot of first-time callers here. Any tips to first-time callers, like what's effective?
What's that?
Sorry, you have run a couple hard campaigns. We've got a lot of first-time callers. Right now, we're calling into Georgia. We want to make sure we, protect Lucy McBath down there, and obviously deliver it for Kamala. Any tips for first-time phone bankers as to what you find to be effective?
Yeah, I think at this point, we're just trying to make sure that people get to the polls. There's not a lot of persuasion to do right now, but I think that the message that Kamala has delivered so well about being the president for all Americans and wanting to get rid of this fear, division, and hate and lift everyone up is something that really resonates with people.
Yeah.
And I would also be hyper aggressive in somewhat of an awkward way to make sure people have a plan to get to the polls. It is not enough to just say, all right, are you going to vote today? Yes. You need to follow up. Say, all right, how are you going to get there? When are you going to go? Make sure that they have a very specific plan. That often is the difference between whether they get to the polls or not.
That's great. That's great advice. And Danny, just so you know, making calls with us right now, a New Yorker, Carol Radzawell, I think she's a constituent of yours. We've got Ken Jung. I mean, he's just crushing it. And then Jeff Berman, Kelly Rowland's still going. I see Tanner and Chris and Jackson in our call room. So they're cranking along. And just
That's
one
awesome.
last piece of encouragement. Please hashtag everyone for Kamala and post it on your social channels, and we'll repost as we go, as I said, into our 4th hour here. So thank you, Danny Goldman. Jamie.
Want to give a shout out to Jamie P. Good to see you.
It's so good to see you, Dan, and that is great. It's such great advice. I mean, really getting these people out to the polls is such a critical thing. And thank you for everything you're doing, Dan. It's so good to see you, and we're gonna take this thing home. Okay, we're going to do a quick training again. And so if you need any tips, stick on. Otherwise, again, just keep making calls. I mean, I can't believe we're probably closer to 420,000 calls by now. I mean, we're definitely going to hit the 500,000 mark before we get halfway done. So that million number seems very doable. So thanks again for everybody's hard work. And Ken Jung is going to leave his comedy career and become a professional phone banker after today. So I really, he's my new hero. And again, the phone banking tutorial is coming right now. Michaela is going to do that. And thanks, everybody. Michaela, I think you're muted. There you go.
Yes. All right. Perfect. So we're still calling into Georgia. You guys can select either call with this device or call another way if you want to use your phone while you're on your computer. Right now, it's all very self-explanatory. Right now, we're going to do preview script very quick. Main thing you want to do is make sure that you are talking to the correct person. On the right-hand side of this dialer tool, there will be someone's name and then their phone number. Don't worry about your phone number showing up. It is just going to be like an automatically generated Georgia number that they call. So you just say, hi, is first name available? If you're talking to the correct person, pretty self-explanatory, you hit that. If not, you do answering machine or no answer. Don't leave a voicemail. They'll just stay in the system and get cycled back. You can hit call back later if they're busy. Everything else, pretty self-explanatory. If you're talking to the correct person, what you want to do is first ask if they've already been contacted by the Georgia Dems. Most of them have not, if they're still in the dialer tool, but just in case, you just want to check. If they have, you say, thank you so much, have a great day, hang up. And then you just say hi. If they have not been contacted yet, you say, hi, I'm Michaela. I'm talking to folks in your neighborhood about VP Kamala Harris. They have this great script. You find out if people are voting. So can I count on your vote for Kamala Harris and Democrats this year? If they are a Trump supporter, you just say, thank you so much. Have a great day. Hang up. No need to try to pressure people into changing their vote. Right now, this is just about getting out the vote. If they've already voted or they were already contacted today, you select that. If they are leaning, maybe, or supporting, you click one of those buttons. So they also give you some talking points to kind of try to really hammer home why Kamala Harris is the best candidate and why you're personally voting for her. Persuade the voter. Who knows? If they still say no, you just end the call, say thank you. If they are, you hit yes, and then you give them polling place information. Photo ID is required in Georgia, and then the polls are open 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. All of this information is also on the frequently asked questions document, so I would recommend going there. When in doubt, direct people to the Georgia Voter Hotline or to iwillvote.com/GA. Those are going to be great tools. And then right now, you're just kind of going to talk them through their voting plan and make sure that they pledge to vote.
And that's it. Then you end the call and go to your next one.
Great. Thanks, Michaela. Eric, back to you.
Yeah, man, 412,000 calls. Okay, we're going to bring in Amy Brenneman, a friend who she and her husband and I were canvassing with George Whitesides yesterday in the only Republican Los Angeles County district. And so we're going to bring Amy in. There's Amy. Hey, Amy.
Hey, hi. So good to see
Thanks.
you.
Yeah, thanks for doing this. I mean, you are a professional organizer. I know like you're an actress who we all know, but when I saw you yesterday and then later at the Whitesides event, like you get it and you love connecting with people. Tell us, why organizing and people-to-people contact is so important to you.
I mean, it's funny because sometimes people's like, oh, thank you for all you do. I was like, are you kidding? I don't want to be home. I do not want to be. I mean, I was just saying to my husband, Brad, like it would not occur to me to turn on the news today because there's too much to do. And I'm a people person. And so meeting people like yourself and George and Adam Schiff, that was an incredible event. It gets you out of the siloed alone feeling. And not only are you working for like concepts and things you care about, but for people, So now I know George and how hard he's working. And of course I wanna do that too.
Great. And any advice for our phone bankers? So, you don't hit 400,000 people in 3 hours unless you have a lot of first-time phone bankers. And Michaela just laid out how easy it is. And it really is. I mean, you don't have to, no one's going to see your number. You're not actually doing the dialing. This auto dialer is just going through every number. And when someone picks up, you are alerted as to who that person is. And then you're just being yourself and telling them, why you hope they will go vote for Kamala Harris. But any advice for first-time callers?
Well, I think at this point it's fun. It's just get out the vote, making sure people have the information they need. When we canvassed up in Palmdale for George, like I'm not a huge persuasion person. I can speak authentically about what I care about. But honestly, I'm like, do you have the information? I have a 19-year-old son. I mean, people are knuckleheads, he's not a knucklehead, by the way, but it's just like, do you have, I mean, there was a household of like 20 somethings in Palmdale and they were so cute. And I'm like, hey, are you going to vote? And they're like, where do we vote? I was like, oh, I got the information. So I think at this point, I think the stickier conversations, some people really like them. I don't mind them. I like to be in person, but this, we just, it's a volume game. So I think you don't have to put pressure to have every answer. And, and if somebody's not interested, you bless them and move on. I think how we do this work is as important as the work itself. I thought a lot about that. And with this incredible campaign that Kamala Harris has run and her kindness and her respect. So I really think that some of what we're showing is our attitude of respect and cheerfulness. And I think that will be noteworthy compared to the way other people go about it.
Well, this is amazing. 432,000 calls now. And here's what I would just say to our phone bankers. If you were the only person doing this, I would tell you it's a waste of time. The good news is you're not the only person doing this because you don't hit 430,000 calls in 3+ hours unless others are with you. So we are all in this together. I mean, it's Ken, it's Amy, it's John Legend, who was on with us earlier. We've got Clay Thompson coming up, Mark Cuban, Bradley Whitford, Jessica Alba, many others are going to be joining us. So we're all doing this together. At the end of the day, as Amy said, this is just people to people. As Wes Moore told us earlier, telling voters, vote for the person who you think sees you. I thought that was so powerful to hear. So thank you, Amy. I'm going to let all of us get back to work. And
thanks, everybody. It's awesome to be in this community. I really am so grateful.
Thank you, Amy. You're an inspiration. Really appreciate it. All right, we're gonna get back to calling. We're gonna want to hit that 500,000 mark before we get through Georgia. So we got 450 by the time we get through Georgia, and then we'll cross into 500,000 in our next state. So let's go back to making calls. We're gonna go on mute again, and we'll be back soon. Thanks a lot, everybody. Hey guys, so all right, great. That was an amazing run for Georgia. We're at over 450,000 calls, Eric, which is just so hard to believe. Now we're moving on to Wisconsin. We're moving our way across the country. Not a state I know much about. Eric, I don't know what you know about Wisconsin, but we do have somebody here who is a special Wisconsin resident. So, Eric, what's your Wisconsin tip? You got anything about Wisconsin you can throw up?
Brats, Johnsonville brats.
Johnsonville
Don't
brats,
make a
yes.
brat unless you have Johnsonville brats. That's what I know.
That's a fact.
Rivers,
Well,
what
I'm
an
so
honor
glad
to
that
have
Coach is with us. Jamie, I'll let you introduce our special guest, but we need you in Wisconsin. That's the truth.
Listen, this is just so cool. Doc's a guy who I got to watch as a younger man playing basketball, and now got to become friends with him. And now he's coach of the Bucks, and it's just so cool to have you on here. Your work and what you've been doing for the campaign and putting yourself out there and posting. It's not easy at times, and it goes so far. And it's what's going to make us win this. So thank you for coming here and sharing some words with these phone bankers.
Oh, thanks, guys. Thanks for having me. This is really important, as we all know, just for so many reasons. And we keep talking about it, Jamie, about decency and everything else, and just the right person at the right time is Kamala. We just got to keep going through it, guys. This is the last day, right? And every vote's going to count. The weather is average here in Milwaukee, a little bit of rain, which concerns me. So we just got to do everything we can to get this to the finish line.
Amazing. I really appreciate that. And you're so right. That's all it is. It's about running through that tape. It's about not stopping. It's about getting every voter out. So we're going to spend the next hour making calls for Wisconsin. Just again, thank you for joining us.
Hey, Jamie, I would be remiss. Like, I got to ask. I had my heart broken by the Dubs last year, Doc. I love the Bucks. It's a great program, what Mark and you and the team have. But will we be in it this year? We've got Clay
we're gonna
Thompson.
be fine.
Okay.
We're gonna be fine. I hate to start. I got to tell you, we've had 2 heartbreaking losses in a row to Cleveland, who was undefeated. But I love our team. Chris Middleton, hopefully, will be back very soon. Giannis didn't play last night. Giannis will probably play next game. This may be good in the long run that we're going through this, even though who likes losing? I don't. I hate it. But right now we've been doing that, but we're going to be really good. We're going to be great by the end of the year.
All right. There you go. And sorry, Coach, I was saying I'm a Dubs fan. I
know
Warriors.
that. I was ignoring your.
I know that. So we're not going to be
Did
good.
you notice that?
Saying.
No,
I love it. Okay.
Your team is great right now. What are you talking about?
I know.
5 or 6-1. So
and that's how we started last season too.
Yeah, but you're in the West, so you're no threat to us right now. The way we look at it, if we end up playing you guys, we're all happy. That means we're both in the finals.
Catch us in the finals.
That's exactly right.
Oh, great. Well, that's awesome. We're going to now bring Max Greenfield into the conversation. So Max, thank you for joining us, and thanks for joining these phone bankers. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I love that we're talking to Wisconsin. I actually went to the University of Wisconsin for a short year. It was not the school, nor was it Wisconsin. It was me. I blame my own efforts as far as how that experience went. But I enjoyed myself in a wonderful city.
A lot of partying there, I hear.
Yeah, Doc, listen, if that's something you're interested in, you can find it there.
No, we go to Marquette to go to class in the West. No, I'm going to stop.
You can find some oversized bowls and boots to drink out of there that were not a part of the suggested curriculum. But a good time was had in Wisconsin, and I couldn't be happier to be here and to be talking to such an important part of this such an important area in this process.
So true. Eric, I'm going to bring it to you to bring our next guest on.
Yeah. Hey, is that Ben? Do I see Ben on with us?
That's Ben. Hello.
Ben, you have given us hope over the last couple of cycles in Wisconsin. And I don't think I'm talking out of school when I say you run the best state party GOTV and even pre-GOTV program. What does it look like right now in Wisconsin? How did you build this? And what do you expect to see as you execute in these final hours?
I will tell you, the energy on our side on the ground here is explosive. And what's so striking is that from the other side, it's crickets. You can drive through rural Wisconsin, you'll see more Harris signs than Trump signs, which is not true in either of the last two presidential elections. We have canvassers going door to door in every corner of the state in the rain right now. We, I think, have a lead from the votes that came in before Election Day. And what everyone here is doing, the virtual phone banking, it's reaching the last holdout folks who haven't decided whether to vote, the people who haven't gotten around to voting yet. They might find a few persuasion conversations tucked in there. The other side is just it's ceding the ground game to Democrats in this moment. I think it's a terrible strategic decision for them, but I will take it because the stakes are so massively high. All over Wisconsin, it's not just that we're turning out the folks that we need. It's also that in places like I'll say it, like UW-Madison campus, massive numbers of people are same day registering to vote and then casting ballots, I think in overwhelming margins for Harris and Walz. In Milwaukee, 13% of the people who voted early were new same-day registrants. And today, right now, if you talk to someone who's not registered to vote or has a family member who's not registered to vote, they can bring their info to the polls and they can register and vote at the same time. That favored Trump in 2020 when Democrats were all virtual and voting absentee. This year, that can favor us. Unregistered voters are not polled. These are people on no one's radar. I think we will have more than the Republicans. I think we're going to win Wisconsin today, and everyone here is going to help make that happen.
Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it. You're firing me up. So we're going to hit 500,000 calls, and we're going to do it for Wisconsin. What would you say to any of our first-time callers here right now? Like, what's going to resonate as they talk to someone from Wisconsin in these final hours?
Well, first of all, thank you. Secondly, if you're feeling a little nervous, intimidated, you will find that after like 5 minutes, you're just going to be in the groove. These are people who are used to getting calls. It's not some weird alien thing. You'll be connected with voters. A lot of them will tell you that they've already voted, maybe this morning, and some of them will thank you for the call. Wisconsinites are actually very nice. Republican, Democrats, independents alike. It's a nice group of people. They're appreciative. And they know what it's like when MAGA takes over. We had a total abortion ban in Wisconsin that was written before the Civil War that came into effect after the Dobbs decision. People do not want to go back to that. People might share their personal experiences with when they were trying to have kids, things that went wrong when they talk to you. You're gonna connect with people in a different way. And if you have the luck of having someone who wants to engage, you bringing your authentic self and appealing to them based on shared values can make all the difference. Ask what motivates people the most. If they say they're undecided, ask them what would persuade them, and then talk to them about that issue. By meeting people where they are, you invite them to act on their best selves based on their highest ideals and impulses. And we know that when people vote based on hope rather than fear in this election, they're going to vote for Harris and Walz. And frankly,
Yes.
there's a lot of reason to fear voting for Trump as well. You have the chance to make a huge difference in a state that has had microscopically close margins over and over and over. And I'm just so grateful for you for doing this work. You'll feel so good at the end of it that you'll want to keep doing phone banking until the polls close.
Well, Ben, we've got about 6 hours to go. After the election, we need to talk about how do we get you to some of the states that we really need in the next cycle, Iowa, Florida, some of the states we want to bring back in the fold, because you're doing it on the ground in Wisconsin. We're so proud of you. And we're going to, in a small way here, bring it home. So back to you, Jamie. Thanks, Ben, Max, and Doc.
Thank you guys so much. Yeah, so now we're going to go and do a quick training again, and then we're going to start making calls to Wisconsin. I really thank you guys again. That was so great to have Doc and to have Ben and to have Max on. Michaela is going to take you through a quick training again. And then if you have any questions, you can click on the button that says go to Zoom for tech support. And we have a team standing by that can help you with any other additional specific questions. No question is too big or small. Michaela, take us away.
All right, great. Thank you guys so much. So we are doing calls for Wisconsin right now. And this is the same dialer tool that we've been using. Same thing, they'll give you a script. It's very self-explanatory once you get on there. You can either hit call with this device or call another way. I recommend using your cell phone. So you plug in your information, but don't worry, they don't take your number. They'll give you a number in the system, so no one will have your information. Preview script. The first thing you want to do is look at the information on the right-hand side. That will have the name of the person you're calling. You always want to make sure that the name on the right-hand side matches up with who you're talking to. So you just say, hi, is first name available? Hi, my name's Michaela. I'm a volunteer with the Wisconsin Democrats. The November election is today. And then the Canvas result, you want to see if you're talking to the right person, you click that. If not, there are different options. Answering machine is one of them. You do not need to leave a voicemail. They don't answer, they'll stay in the system and hopefully someone will get to them by the end of the day. Refused is fine. Do not call also works. So all the options, like I said, are very self-explanatory. Already voted is also very clear. So if you're talking to the correct person, you click that. And then you just get right into it. Can we count on your vote for Vice President Kamala Harris? You can explain why you're voting for the Harris-Walz ticket. Really, like, they give you some talking points, but I would just encourage people to speak from the heart. I think that these natural conversations have better luck with viewers than just reading a script robotically. So then you gauge their support at the bottom. So if they are either strong Republican or lean Republican, you'll kind of just end the call. We're not here to convince people to change their vote. We're here to get out the vote and encourage Democrats to make it to the polls and ensure that everyone has the resources they need. So let's just say they're lean Harris for the sake of this. Then we're going to move on to the Senate ID. So all of that information will also be on the side and it will pop up in the script. So we want to encourage them to vote down ballot because there are really important races in the House, in the Senate, in the local state assembly, things like that. So just make sure that you follow these scripts, get their ID. Like I said, most of these voters will be Democrats. So let's say strong Dem. You keep going, state Senate ID, the name of the person assigned to that person will be plugged in right there. So don't worry too much about that. Strong Dem, same thing, strong Dem, strong Dem. And then this is where you help them make a plan to vote. So their polling location will be here. It will also be on the side. If they do not have the correct information they need, the Wisconsin voter hotline and I will vote Wisconsin is all on the frequently asked questions page. You can also go to wisdems.org/vote. There will be a lot of good information there. They can find their polling place. They can get how to drop in absentee ballots, things like that. So if they want to vote in person, you click that. If there's a voter assistance request, you can click that. And then this essentially means you're going to ask them if they're willing to text 3 friends or family members who might need a nudge to ensure they vote. Yes. Asking if they want to volunteer, yes, no, or maybe. And that's essentially it. If you do hit yes for volunteer, the system will then text them on their own. Like I said, this is very self-explanatory. Luckily, everything is in the dialer that you could need. And if you have any questions, feel free to either jump on our tech Zoom where we have Wisconsin organizers or check out our frequently asked questions document.
Great. Thank you, Michaela. Okay, great. So we're going to start making calls again right away to Wisconsin. I'm going to get that number up. So thank you guys. What an exciting group of people we had for that window. We have Amy still with us making calls. Ken still with us making calls. Doc Rivers is going to start making calls. I want to get that phone call. We got Max is going to make some calls. What a great team here. Kelly Rowland is still making calls, and she just got a great. Kelly, what was that call? Can we hear Kelly's audio? Kelly, unmute yourself. I want to know what just happened, Kelly. You just won the election. Unmute yourself. You're still muted. Still muted.
Hello?
Hi, you're there.
For civil rights for using excessive.
No, you're there. I can hear you now.
Can you hear me?
I hear you. I hear you now. I hear you.
Sorry. Yo, this is so much fun. This guy was so funny. He's just like, oh, Kelly, we ain't thinking about voting. I said, bro, you better be thinking about voting. Kept saying DeMarcus, calling his name. He was just, He literally is on his way to go register to vote. His wife told him, I can't believe I married a man who don't vote. And I said, well, tell her. I said, because you about to take your ass to go get registered to vote right now. And he literally was. So I was really happy. It's a couple
Oh
of
my
those.
God.
I'm happy that I got the list now of course of places that you can register to vote and vote in the same day. So I think we're gonna come across a couple of those. Thank you guys.
Great, Kelly. That's so cool. All right. All right. We got a great team making calls. If this team of callers doesn't win this election, I mean, I'm just in awe of this group of people right now. So what a lineup. So cool. Thank you guys. All right, let's go do it. Hey guys. Hey Eric.
Hey, buddy. Hey, what's your like when you get a good call? Like, do you do a fist bump? Do you spin around? I've got some rituals. What do you do? That's good. Okay.
I like that.
But more importantly, you've got another special guest for us who's going to fire up our callers.
Yes, we sure is. And this woman has crisscrossed this country like I've never seen. She's introduced Joe Biden. She introduced Vice President. Jessica Alba, you inspire me every day to do this work. You are a superstar in so many ways. And somehow she's like on the one, like she's like with the president, then with the vice president, and then like at her daughter's soccer, and then like back on with the president, and then in Voter Latina, and then she's in New Mexico, and then she's in, I don't even know. If I didn't know you so well, I think that you had a twin sister. So Jessica, this group has made almost 500,000 calls this morning, and we're just trying to keep up with you. So it'd be great to just hear some words from you and just thank you for everything you're doing.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. Wow, this is I'm anxiously optimistic. We are in the home stretch. We are all here just really wanting to set our children up, the future up, ourselves up to live in a country that reflects our values. I mean, that's really what this comes down to. This is not about party affiliation anymore. This is about humanity. This is about decency. And I just really feel like we have so much on the line. Every 4 years, we have so much on the line, but this election in particular feels really close to home. I feel like the racism and the madness and the rhetoric and the hatefulness is just something we all cannot bear for another 4 years, which is why I believe we're all here. And we just really, we're better than this. As a country, we're better than this. And for all the people who aren't as educated on the issues, it's really, we'll create the world for them as well. I was telling my father as he was arguing for Republicans, but saying he wasn't going to vote for Trump. I'm like, but why are you still arguing for it was very interesting, but you know, he was like, he's a madman, but he's not that bad. Whatever his nonsense is, I was just like, Dad, at the end of the day, it comes down to someone who has a moral compass and someone who doesn't. Like, that's it. This isn't about anything other than that. So thank you all for being here, for doing this. This home stretch matters. And we're just prayers up, phone calls up and prayers up. All right, let's do this. Let's go.
Thanks, Jessica. Okay, let's get back at it. We only have a few hours left in this day, so now it's just about calling. Jessica, that was so inspiring, and your work is just awesome. So, all right, I'm going to go back on mute. And
wait, one more thing that I think is interesting. One more thing. 7 million registered Latino voters did not vote in the last election. That's really profound. People who are registered to vote, who had a plan to vote, did not go out and vote. And so these phone calls actually can make the difference. And I just think that that is why I'm here. So thank you, guys.
So true. And Amy Brenneman just asked in the chat, and I think this is important, is Wisconsin a same-day registration state? It is. So this is like double, triple bonus if you can get 3 new voters. So you talk to your registered voters, you're making the call, but you ask them, hey, take a room check. Is there anyone else who is not registered? That's not a hang up. They can go to the polls, register there, and you can just add votes for Kamala Harris.
Great. Okay, great. All right, we're going to make some calls. We're going to bring some callers back up onto the screen. And we're gonna get these votes out. So thank you guys. Thanks for being here. And then we're gonna do another training in a little bit, because we need to just focus on making calls now. So if you need training, just click on that Zoom button and let them know, and they'll help train you in that Zoom. We got to make calls. So we're gonna focus on the action. Thank you guys. Thanks a lot. Time to make calls. All right, great. Hey everyone. We're gonna go. Carol looks like she's in the middle of a call, but I think Carol had a phone banking story. So she was gonna join and give us a little insight on how her day is going. Carol, you there? Yeah, you. I can't hear you're muted.
Am I muted still?
You're good. No, you're
Hi,
good.
guys.
Hey,
Hey, how are you? How's it going?
going well. It's going well. It feels like you have been just crushing it all day making these calls. Do you have what's one of your what's one of your favorite stories from the day so far?
Well, one of my favorite stories is not actually like the best story, but I spoke with a libertarian in Georgia. And he was very upset that the officials in New York euthanized the squirrel and the raccoon. And I spent a few minutes trying to convince him that it wasn't the Democrats that did that, but nevertheless, the good news is he's not voting for anyone. But most of the people that I've spoken with, especially for some reason, I love all the states, but Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, I mean, just so nice. I just spoke with a couple that were in the car on their way back from voting, and you could hear the wife in the background. She's cheering. I mean, it's just such an extraordinary. It's so nice to get out of your head and talk to people and yeah, it's great. I think a lot of people in Georgia have gotten a lot of calls, but I don't, because that's everyone's always focused on Georgia. But it's just been great. So different than 2016. I think some of you out there might remember I was on this reality show and I had a very public, very national television party for victory party for Hillary Clinton that obviously did not go well and ended up crying on national television. Hey guys. Hi, Brittany, Eric, the kid. Hello. But I don't feel like crying this time. The whole vibe is different. The whole vibe, I just feel like we got this. But fingers crossed. I don't want to jinx anything.
Yeah, me too. The level of activism is so exciting and it's so exhilarating. And those little munchkins on Eric's lap there are why we're all doing this. So,
Well, I've brought in some reserves. We went to the bullpen. I've got new callers. This is Cricket, Nelson, and my wife Brittany. And Cricket, you got a chant for us, right? What's your chant? Come on. You know it.
Go Kamala.
Go Kamala. You know it. Come on.
Go Kamala.
Yeah, you've been singing it all week. Well, we also have, we brought all the groups together, from geeks to Swifties, to creators and poets, white dudes, black men, white women, black women, and another group, veterans. And so I'm going to bring in a former colleague of mine on the ground in Pennsylvania, and that is Patrick Murphy.
Hey, Eric, hey, buddy. It's good to be with everyone. Hey, listen, I just left Bucks County where we have, I think every major news network there, either doing something remote or whatever. But Bucks County is one of the collar counties in Philadelphia, roughly about 600,000 folks. It's an area where Bucks County was won by 2,700 votes by Hillary Clinton in 2016, but won by Joe Biden with 17,000 votes. And it's one of those areas where we got to keep up that margin to win, as because we lost Pennsylvania back in 16 and won it back in 2020. So in Pennsylvania, of the 12 million people, it's 800,000 veterans and about 1.3 million independents. So we're doing all we can. Tim Walz is my roommate and Army buddy, my roommate in Congress. And just wanted to say, appreciate Eric, you, Jamie, you're done and the whole team for making this happen. All you've done throughout this campaign, we got to win this because we cannot leave our brother and sister veterans hang out there. The other person being our commander in chief, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz is a new generation type of leaders that we need to really move this ball forward. So I just want to say thank you all so very much. Appreciate it. And if there's anything I could ever do to be helpful, you guys, I'll let me know.
Well, thank you for your service. If all you ever did was serve your country, that'd be enough. You went to the Congress, you served in the administration, and now as a private citizen, you're on the ground trying to win those veterans over. So we really appreciate it. And Patrick, just really quickly, for our first-time callers, any tips? I mean, you're a pro. They're calling into some, really tough states where every vote's going to count. What would you recommend?
Yeah, listen, first off, just meet them where they are. Ask them, how they're feeling about it. And you listen first. They've got, 2 ears but one mouth for a reason. And then just try to meet them and let them know that they'll have a seat at the table, because this election is about country over party. This election is about a to-do list, not an enemies within list. And so that's why we need to get them, on board, and their vote, their voice, their power is much, much needed right now.
That's great. Well, we're going to get back to our callers, and I've received a lot of concern from folks that perhaps our Ken Jeong was an AI Ken, because nobody could possibly stay on and make so many calls for 4+ hours. He is taking a break. He's eating, but he's assured us he's coming back, Jamie. Ken is coming back. He's going to finish the job. We're going to get to 1 million calls. So I'm going to turn it back to Jamie and Michaela. Thank you, Carol. Thank you, Patrick.
I cannot. Thank you, Patrick. So good to see you. I cannot believe Ken Jeong. I mean, I was getting a little worried that he wasn't eating, since I just finally took my lunch break. But I was convinced Ken was superhuman and didn't need food or bathroom breaks or water breaks or anything. All right, we're moving out west now. We're heading to Nevada. Again, keep letting your friends know. Keep posting on social media. Keep using the hashtag everyone for Kamala. Again, we've done this. She'll do it super quick. Click on the Zoom link if you need any additional help. So, Michaela, let's go through this.
All right, perfect. Same thing, guys. Scale to win dialer. Very self-explanatory. You're going to hit call with this device if you're going to call on the device you're using. Right now, I'm just going to do a quick script preview for you because everything's different. The first thing you're going to want to do on the right-hand side of your screen is the contact information. First name, last name. It's very important that you just make sure that you are talking to the correct person, and that you can mark in the Canvas results. So you just start out, hi, is first name available? And then if it's them, you hit talking to correct person. If you get a voicemail, no need to leave a message, totally fine. Someone will hopefully get them by the end of the day. If someone refuses, you hit that. Everything here is pretty self-explanatory. They already voted, you can click that. And then it'll bring you asking for volunteers. So if they already voted and they're willing to volunteer and you hit yes, they'll send a message through the Scale to Win dialer. So you don't have to do anything on your end except for mark that they're interested in volunteering. If you're talking to the correct person, you're going to do today's election day. You can vote right now. I understand that you're supporting Kamala Harris, Jackie Rosen, CD candidate. So that will automatically fill in depending on which district you're calling into. So this is a statewide dialer. So you're going to get various districts on this. And then essentially you're just reminding them Democrat down ballot. So if they're strong Trump, that's kind of how you end the call. I don't think you'll get many of those callers, but you might. Strong Harris, and then you go on to IDing if they support Jackie Rosen, support. Do you support candidate? Again, right now it says CD candidate because this is just the preview, but they'll have an actual name in there. Strong support. Do you support the Democratic State Senate candidate? Support. So you're going to go through the list, and then this will bring you to a voting plan. This is the most important part. And also, if you want to expedite the process of asking all those names, you can just say, are you supporting Democrats down the ballot? So this is the script for getting them to vote. They're voting by mail. They have information for them how to drop their ballot at a drop box by 7 p.m. And then election day, you can vote 7 p.m. Your closest location is polling place name. So it will give them the polling place information, but also in the frequently asked questions document, there's the Nevada voter hotline, and then there's iwillvote.com/NV will bring them all the information that they need. Ask them how they're planning on voting. If they vote by mail, already voted, maybe will vote, then I would say kind of push them a little bit, or if they're not voting, you can push them a little bit, but don't spend too much time on that. And then, so already voted, You just say, thank you so much. We really appreciate your commitment. Have a great day. And that's it. It's very self-explanatory. We have organizers from Nevada on a Zoom right now, which is the tech support Zoom. So if you have any other questions, you can totally hop in and ask them. And yeah.
Great. That's fantastic. Thank you, Michaela. And again, the once you do it once or twice, it becomes natural, it comes easy. We're so close to the end here. We got 2 hours left. Now I'm really excited because
Hey.
a woman who has been crisscrossing the country doing everything she can for this election, and I am just so impressed by her. And I just want to say a huge thank you for everything you're doing, and thank you for making some time to join us today to make some calls. Sophia.
Hi, how are you guys? How's it going? This is so exciting. We're in the final stretch. Thank you for organizing this, Jamie and Eric and everybody who's here. How is everybody feeling?
Good. We're going to hit 500,000 calls with you on. So
incredible. I love it.
Yeah, we're close.
Hi.
No,
Yeah. I was hi honey, how are you? I was just canvassing all over Arizona yesterday, and a friend of mine that I was out there with just sent me a photo of the college campus voters at ASU wrapping around the block waiting to vote. So we're so proud, and it's really exciting to be here with you all. Knowing that this was happening really is helping me assuage my anxiety today.
I think that's
okay. 5,000 away. Sophia, what should first-time callers know? Like, what is helpful in these interactions?
You know, I've heard it echoed on this call already. I think it's really helpful to take a breath and not let the stakes of the election necessarily lead, by which I mean, don't let your anxiety lead. Ask people how they're doing, ask them how they're feeling, ask them if they voted already. And if you begin to get into a question about, or a conversation rather, about what is at stake, make sure you meet people where they are. Sometimes all someone needs is for you to say, well, how did you form that opinion? Can I offer you a little bit of information that I happen to have on hand? And suddenly you're having a conversation instead of, you know, a stressful interaction. And that I think is one of the best things that we can do for each other, is remember that we're all in this fight together, and meet people where they are and make sure they've got good, trustworthy information to take into those voting booths with them.
That's great. Well, thank you for doing it. You don't have to do it. You've been everywhere. A couple more hours, and I think we're all going to see our hard work pay off, and we know why we're doing it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I believe in us, guys.
Well said. I believe in other as well. It's Sophia, you're so right. Such great advice to people, and I think it is the best way to use this last day. I'm so torn on what this day was going to be and where you should be and where I wanted to be, and I knew I wanted to be with family ultimately, but I really at the same time wanted to be making calls and making an impact and making a difference. So let's get back to making calls again. So now we're into Nevada. Wait, hold on a second. We might have we have a special
yes
who's joining us again. Wow, coming in, hitting cleanup for us.
All right. We have Bradley Whitford joining us.
Yeah. Bradley has been just a force as well. I mean, all these people, and just it's so, for someone who's not in the public light, it's easier for us to get out there on our platforms and say something. But for you guys, you just are really on the front lines for us. Bradley.
Hi, pal.
Hi, everybody. How's it going?
Good to see you.
It's good to see you. Hey, Eric.
Hey, buddy. Well, there's a reason this guy is at every rally right now in Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. Bradley, what do you want to tell our folks in the final hours here?
Well, I first of all, I hope the phrase nauseously optimistic has already been used because that's what I feel. The nausea is only because of the stakes. I can tell you from Wisconsin, where I've been every cycle for 25 years, I have never, ever, ever seen energy and commitment like that. I am very excited about what is going to happen. I think that obviously early voting is a dangerous thing to draw any conclusions of, but I really believe that, I work on the show The Handmaid's Tale, which is unfortunately relevant, and it's fascinating to me that the media and a lot of people in politics are fretting about, disaffected white men, disaffected Black men, and this change, small change in percentage points. And I think the story of this election is that half the population just got their rights torn away from them, and they're pissed, and the people who love them are pissed. And if you look at Wisconsin, which is always a 1-point state, Janet Protasewicz won the Supreme Court race there by 11 points because women's rights were out front. I am incredibly optimistic. And boy, I wish every state, including Eric, California, if, I don't have to tell you what we thought was going to happen last time. And then when I was watching the returns, I'm screaming at the TV because we're losing it in California and we're losing it in New York because we assume they're blue and we don't have an infrastructure, a battle-tested infrastructure like we have in Wisconsin. So that's something I want to work on after we win tonight.
Well, we want Ben in many of these states after the election, teaching us, old-fashioned organizing because it's working.
Yeah, and it's not rocket science. It's remain engaged year round. It's know who your voters are, and it's bring the margins down and don't cede any county. I mean, Wisconsin, those poor people. I mean, if you think you're tired of hearing or experiencing that this election is the most important one in your lifetime, go to Wisconsin. They're just bombarded. Ben goes to these counties, where Trump wins by 30, brings it down to 28. And it comes down to something remarkable. I think it's 3 votes per ward. So they have this odd, I keep telling them, the opportunity in Wisconsin is if you can change your uncle's mind, you can change the course of history. But I think we're going to get a clear response this time. I really do.
It's great. Well, thanks for doing it. You've truly. It's hard to believe that you have your show, some other projects, and that you're able to work on that. As I said, all I've seen is you all in for Harris Walls.
Ranting and railing. Yes. And how lucky are we, man? Like, how lucky are we to have those two at this moment? And I think they've run an absolutely flawless race, which they shouldn't have to when we're running against someone who is calling people garbage and filleting a microphone and then spending the rest of the week reminding us that he called people garbage and reminding us that he filleted a microphone. I mean, I wasn't a poli-science major, but it seems I don't think it's going to work.
It's unbelievable.
Let's get back to the calls. And hey, look at this. 500,000. You got us there, Bradley.
All right.
500,000 calls. So cool. Yeah. Back to calling. We're gonna go on to mute, and we're gonna stick around. We're gonna call for Nevada, and then we'll take it home with Arizona as our last state. So it's what a day. It's been so inspiring to stay with you guys and to be here all day to make these calls. So, and I just love seeing these people on screen, sticking here all day, making the calls. Ken Jung hopefully got a chance to eat something, so he's energized for his next round of calling. So thanks, guys, and we'll be back soon.
All right, what is happening? We're going to take a quick break from our calls. I've got little Cricket here, and we're going to go from Cricket to Crockett. We've got Jasmine Crockett, one of my favorite colleagues. She's been all over the country for the Harris Walls team. Jasmine, what are you hearing out there? What should our callers know? 511,000 calls have been made on just this effort. So, Jasmine, what's happening?
Well, first of all, hey, Cricket. She's like, whatever, daddy. Listen, I am so encouraged by y'all, and thank you so much for everything that you're doing. You know, there are those that believe there's only one person that matters. And we definitely know on the orange team, he thinks he is the only thing that matters. But we believe in fighting together. We believe in having an amazing team. And I want you to know that our team and our bench is deep, and you are a part of our team. So thank you so much for everything that you're doing, because we can't win this without you. So thank you for taking time out on this historic day to make sure that you not only have already raised your voices and made sure that you went out to vote, but you are encouraging others, and you are letting them know that their voice and their vote matters, and that they are voting for the future Crickets of the world. They are voting for your grandchildren. You are voting for our future. We know that literally one person can have so much power and either use it for good or use it for bad. And that is why we have been set on fire in this country, is because one person changed the trajectory of the Supreme Court, unfortunately, for a lifetime. And they have decided that they want to take us back. And we can't allow there to be another two justices that decide that they are going to continuously take us in the wrong direction. So thank you for each and every one of you who have decided that it is important that we turn the page and that we move forward, and we move forward together with a leader that sees all of us, believes in all of us, and is absolutely unifying us collectively instead of dividing us, because we are the United States, and united we will stand, divided we will fall. God bless each and every one of y'all. Now I am traveling, so I'm about to leave Philly. I gotta catch my flight. I gotta board up, but I did want to say, in the most sincerest way that I can, thank you, thank you, thank you from the bottom of my heart. As the girl who only won her election by 90 votes in the closest state house race in the entire state of Texas, which is 30 million people, it was volunteers that made the difference, because I was outspent 5-1. But nothing could compare to the power of the people. And we, the people, are going to rise today and be so proud of ourselves. So thank you so much. Love you, Eric. Bye, Cricket.
Love you too. Thanks, Jasmine. All right, travel safe. We're gonna say goodbye to Jasmine, bring our callers back in, and my son better be phone banking on that tablet over there. Otherwise he's gonna lose it. Okay, so we're gonna go back to our callers now. Again, as I said in the beginning, this is like at an NFL game. When the offense is working, we're gonna be quiet and let them work because we're in the home stretch here. And you'll see our artists, actors, athletes here in the box working. So let's get back to work.
Hello.
What's happening?
Ben.
Hey, bud.
Right. Hey, we made a lot of progress. Look, we're almost at 600,000 calls. That is amazing. So we've got a couple guests right now. I think Jamie's muted. Jamie's working. The chef is cooking. So while Jamie works, bring this vote home, Jamie. Bring this one home. While Jamie works, I want to bring in a dear friend, someone who rolls up his sleeves and does the work, and that is Sean Penn. Sean, are you with us?
You hear me?
Yeah, I see you.
Hello, everyone.
And you've got Jamie Patrikoff with you. Sean, we've made about 560,000 calls. We're calling into Arizona. Ruben Gallego, who's running for Senate, you know Ruben, he's going to be on in a second. But Sean, what do you find effective in these closing hours as you talk to people?
I think that, you know, if you step outside your door, you sense the momentum of something that's very, very strong throughout here and throughout the country. I've been running around a little bit. And it, you know, as much as it is a conversation of what's on it, what people can bring to their dinner table conversation, as much as it is the economic issues that I still feel haven't been well told. The Democratic story hasn't been told well enough. If it had, we'd be in a much more dominant position in that discussion over the country. But the issue, like never before, of character, and I don't mean character of one of the presidential candidates or the other, but from the presidency down ballot all through, we really have a kind of in the ether. There's a clarity of a real return to the aspiration of what this country intended to be, and I think decency is as big a policy issue this year as any other, and the options are clear, and something very exciting about seeing people get involved on that basis. To see people who were, I remember canvassing during, let's say, the Kerry campaign, and you'd run upon things that were truly emotional, important to people, whether it be abortion or gay marriage and so on. And you had huge constituencies that simply were not going to vote for Kerry based on that. But I think that kind of single issue or limitation that we put on what leadership really is, and that in our leaders, we better find some disagreement with our leaders, but we find that one that's going to captain the ship through the storm, and we've got so many great candidates up and down ballot here, and it really is it's the one where our kids are going to say, you know, did you get out there and vote, and how many people did you drag with you to make sure that they could run away with the pride that they took long term in having voted. So this is the one. This is the day.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And we've got Ruben Gallego on. And Ruben, I've got your little nephew here. Say hi to Uncle Ruben.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Nelson just closed a call. One of the callers in Arizona answered in Spanish, and I pulled Nelson over because he speaks Spanish, and he actually closed the call and got us the vote.
Yeah, good job, Nelson.
So, Ruben, you're on with Sean, and I see Mark Cuban as well, who's also just all over the country.
What's up, guys?
How's looking in Arizona?
Look, I think right now what I'm seeing is young people and people, Latinos, and talking to my friends in the native community are coming out to vote. The election day voters that are Democratic voters are starting to come now this afternoon. And we do a lot of drop-off ballots here in Arizona. It's a very long ballot. So I would not be surprised if at 8 p.m. the first reporting is going to have probably, so don't be freaked out, but this is very normal. It's what happened in a couple of elections. You're going to see the Democrats down a little, but then as the votes start getting counted up, you're going to start seeing us rise. And I do see, Vice President Harris picking up and winning Arizona. And then, of course, me winning the Senate. I'm actually outside of ASU campus, Arizona State University campus, and there is a line wrapped around the campus now of ASU students waiting in line to vote. One of my other areas, Tolleson, Arizona, which is about an 80% Latino district, are waiting in lines too now to vote. And it's not because of just, for any type of voter suppression, is that there's just that many people that are coming out to vote. So the Democrats are bringing it home. And let me tell you, the ground game that I've seen for the last 4 days here in Arizona, has been epic. I've never seen it at any other time in Arizona. There's been zero ground game from the Republicans. No ground game from whatever the Musk people were talking about. And so if this comes down to who is going to put more effort into it, who can put more sweat equity into it, Harris and the Democrats are going to win.
Well, that's great news. We'll let you get back to work.
Thank
Ruben,
you, guys. Keep
we're
it
all
up.
with you. Hey, Mark, you've been everywhere, and I think you are, really breaking that notion or that myth that Democrats, can't stand up, for small businesses and just, job creators everywhere in America. And it's been really effective. It's breaking through. What are you seeing in these final hours, and what can our callers be doing as we're about to hit 600,000 calls?
Well, first, thank you to everybody. You guys are the difference. Like Ruben was saying, it's the ground game and the get out the vote that matters. I mean, people are making those final decisions right this second. So everybody on the phones making those calls, you're amazing and thank you. My job the past 2 days has been getting on the phone with radio stations and on Zoom with TV stations locally in all the swing states and just saying, look, I'm going to give you the hard points on why Kamala Harris is better for your bank account, for your family, or your business. And I just go through them. I say, number one, there are 335 million people in this country. 331 million of them make $400,000 or less. And Kamala Harris has been very specific to say their tax rates are staying the same, or for 100 million of them, their tax rates are going down, more money in your pocket. Number two, the scariest expense any household faces is healthcare. Kamala Harris has been very specific that she's going after the pharmacy middlemen. And I know from my experiences, if she brings transparency and going after them like she says she is, and I know she will, you're going to cut the cost of medications by 20, 30% or more, extend that to healthcare with a little help from Congress. And now all of a sudden, everybody's healthcare costs are way down, more than offsetting the cost of inflation in previous years. Number three is tariffs. And I just put it very, very simply. I say, look, God help us, but if Donald Trump is elected, this time next year, you're looking at buying Christmas presents. And you may not know it, but most of the presents you're buying, the toys, the sporting goods equipment, they're all made in China. You add a 60% tariff, now all of a sudden, all those things, all those toys are going up in price, and you're facing a Christmas where you're not going to be able to buy as much for your kids and your family. Nobody wants that. And on top of that, all those little dress shops and sporting goods stores that you've been going to for years, they're going to get hurt because most of their business comes in the Christmas season, and you're putting them out of business. And then number four, and I said, this is the worst of them all. Donald Trump says he wants mass deportations. Are we as a country, are we at the point where a grandparent who's been here 25 years, has 4 American children, 10 American grandchildren, do we want somebody knocking on their door and saying, we are taking you, we are deporting you? Is that what we want for our families, for our communities? That's what Donald Trump wants. And I'll add one other point from an economic perspective. And what I tell him is he never talks about the cost. And I personalize it to that community. And I said, look, it's $15,000 a person to deport somebody. Multiply that times 10 million people. That's $150 billion of taxpayer money to do something that's just wrong. And we're not saying, look, Kamala Harris says, if you're here illegally and you break the law, you're getting deported. If you've come across illegally since the executive order was signed, you're getting sent out. She wants to put together a path for citizenship and residency. That brings stability to communities. We don't need checkpoints on streets with people checking papers. That's kind of what Sean alluded to earlier. Who we are as Americans today and what we want as a country are people to be respected. So with Kamala Harris, go to the polls right now, and you're going to have more money in your bank account. You're going to have less fear when it comes to healthcare. You're going to you'll have a better Christmas, and you're not going to see your communities turned upside down by mass deportation. Bam, 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 bam. That's who Kamala Harris is. That's why her economic policies are better.
Yeah, well, you just laid out the stakes there, my friend. Thank you for doing it. We're going to go from Mark Cuban to, I hope that's the light side, not the dark side that Mark Hamill is in right now, wherever he's at. But Mark, you and I have been on almost every single one of these. And if we had a bingo card for the different white dudes, creators, families. You have hit bingo a long time ago. So thank you so much for being an ally.
Of
Jamie,
course.
let you bring Mark in.
Listen,
Thank
every time I go on one of these Zooms, I learn something. So it's hard to pick, but to have Mark Cuban and Bradley Whitford and all these people making the case that everyone needs to know, because it's all get out the vote at this point. And I feel good. I feel the momentum's on our side, but I don't know if it's possible to be simultaneously confident and terrified, but that pretty much describes me.
Well, thank you to both Marks. Jamie, I think we've got a training session, and if we can get an update on the calls, because I know that number's been up there for about 10 minutes, and you all are just cranking away. I know our callers would love to see it.
Mark and Mark, thank you guys so much. Yeah, we're gonna get into our calls. This is the final stretch. We're gonna finish out the next hour, probably around 5 p.m. We'll stop. Maybe we'll let it go on a few minutes later, but this day has gone above and beyond, Eric, anything I could have imagined. And I know we left it all out in the field. Michaela is going to run through a really quick training session. Again, if you're new and you're just joining us, awesome. It's great that you're here. You can click on the need help, join our tech support Zoom. If you have more questions after this is going to be really quick, and no questions too small or too big.
Absolutely. Thank you guys so much. So this is our final dialer, still scale to win. Once you're on and you want to start calling, you can hit call with this device. If it's the device you want to call on. Preview script just to run through. And you guys can also do this on your own in order to kind of get familiar with the system. On the right-hand side, this is one of the most important things. You're going to see the name of the person you'll be calling. So it would be when you call them, you just say, "Hi, my name's Michaela. Is so-and-so available? I'm a volunteer with the Arizona Democratic Party looking to elect Kamala Harris, Ruben Gallego, and Democrats up and down the ballot. How are you doing today?" And then you want to make sure that you're talking to the right person. If someone else answers, but it's the correct number, you can just put call back later. Answering machine, no answer. You don't need to leave a voicemail. That's not necessary. Just hit either call back later or no answer. And then if you're talking to the correct person, you hit that. Then we're going to go into Harris ID. So this will kind of determine if they're voting for Kamala Harris or not. They have a great script here. And then the main point you want to hit is, with hours left to vote, what's most important to you? You want to listen, try to connect with them about what's important to them, and then try to share why Kamala Harris gives you hope and why you feel that she is the best candidate. And then you're going to mark at the bottom the ID on whether or not they will support Harris. If they're strong Trump, it's just going to instruct you to leave the dialer and end the conversation. We're more here encouraging people to get out the vote rather than trying to change minds or have debates at this point in the election. For strong Harris, you say thank you, and then you move on to ID for Gallego. And then we just want to reiterate the importance of the Senate race as well. Can we count on you to vote for Senate? Strong Gallego. Lots of people talking today already voted. So now we're going to go into getting their voting plan. So if they already voted, you mark that. If they're voting on election day, so today, you can click that, and then it'll give you information on that. So for Arizona, polls are open until 7 p.m. Reiterate that as long as they're in line by 7 p.m., they can stay in line and cast their ballot. Give them the information, iwillvote.com/AZ. That's where they can get the information for their polling place. Also, they need to bring photo ID, but if they don't have that, they can bring 2 forms of non-photo ID. But all that information is on the website. So you help them make a plan, just kind of ask them when they're voting, ask questions to assure that they are going to vote. Closing, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with me. And like I said, on this script, as you hit the options, it'll guide you through. So you really don't have to wing anything. It'll tell you exactly what to say based on the person's response. If you have any questions, though, we have the tech support Zoom with organizers from Arizona. And then we also have the frequently asked questions document, which is linked. Thanks, guys.
Okay, great. Let's make calls. Let's end this day strong. We're going to be over 600,000. I feel really confident about that. That Nevada Zoom hour was amazing. So let's get calling. We're going to go on mute again, and we'll check back in a little bit to finish this up. I think Kerry Washington is going to join us as we close up today. So thanks a lot, guys. Riley is in North Carolina, where she has been going to school and working, and won her field hockey game 5-0 today in the ACC championships for UNC. Uh, and now one of my other favorite ladies, who's basically a family member. And we've had a lot of people working hard. And I think Kamala Harris might be the only person working harder than this lady now. So, Kerry, I want to say a thank you from the bottom of my heart. I want to thank you from my ladies. Thank you from Kamala Harris, right behind Kelly's head. You are superhuman. Almost the only other person, by the way, Kerry, Ken Jung has been phone banking since 7 a.m. Pacific time.
So badass.
This man, I think, went to the bathroom once and then like a feeding tube to like get some
Yeah,
food in.
Ken, do you have snacks? Does he have snacks around him? He needs provisions.
Carrie, he can't hear you. He's working too hard. He doesn't even know we're talking about it right now. I know you got to go. Take us home. We just crossed 600,000 calls today.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. And we're gonna win this thing because of you and because of all the people on this call.
We are going to win this thing because of all of the people on this call. We are going to win this thing because we are so blessed to live in a democracy, which is supposed to be a government by the people, for the people. And I feel like the people are more alive than ever before. Like, people are seeing themselves in this movement, participating in this movement. Also, like, everybody on here is super cute. And I just am very, very excited to be part of this like army for justice and liberty and freedom and truth. And it's really heartwarming. So I wanted to say thank you for everybody on here. It's so dope to see how many calls are being made. And it really matters. Like, we're having just a little report from the ground. Like, some of the organizations we've been working with to fund rides to the polls, they're like, we've spent all our money. We need our funders to come in. We need more people. Like, we have to provide more access because people are showing up in record numbers. In Philadelphia, we have outpaced 2020 already. It's extraordinary what's happening on the ground. And that is because you guys are knocking on doors and making phone calls, doing these. I was actually on the ground in Wisconsin, and I swear that it was probably your group, Jamie. I think actually, where was it? It was the same weekend that you were doing calls in Michigan, and I was on the ground there, and I like knocked on a door, and they were like, somebody just called me, and I was like, I think that was probably Jamie. Like, we're triangulating the voters. So I'm so grateful for everything that everybody's doing.
Awesome. Great. Well, Carrie, thank you again. And it's just, it's so remarkable. And you're right. The activism has been like nothing. We've been doing this a long time, and I've never seen anything like it. I can't believe the people and how much they're getting out there, and the canvassing and what's going on today is just, it's just wild, and it's inspiring. As someone said earlier, we had nauseous optimism. I have nauseous optimism, and I honestly am just so inspired and excited for the country overall.
Yeah.
forward. The level of activism has just created a whole new window. And Riley's friend Coco is on with her, and they're both freshmen at UNC Chapel Hill. And like that's why we're doing this is for them and the next generation. And seeing them phone banking is so exciting and inspiring. I'm going to kick it over to Eric Swalwell. And Carrie, thank you again for everything. Keep doing it.
Thank you guys.
Thank you, Carrie. And thank you, Kelly, and your family, Jamie. You've got them all working. Hey, Jamie, I just want you to know, we've been talking about Ken and his activism and his phone calls. I just got a Venmo from Ken, $287,000. This was not free, apparently. He's invoicing us. Ken, my God. Ken Jeong is just incredible and inspires me to keep making calls. I'm going to bring in Doug Jones, somebody who knows how to win tough races, a former senator from Alabama, but who is still in the fight and has been a part of the prosecutors for Kamala effort and so many others. Senator, bring us home here. We just crossed 600,000 calls calling into Arizona, hoping to make Ruben Gallego the next senator from that state and hoping to lift up Kamala Harris. Thank you, Senator.
Hey, thanks, Eric. It's great to see you. And I'm so glad I was able to jump on this at the last minute. We've been traveling most of the day back and forth, just getting up here to DC, ready to go tonight. I want to jump on a little bit for just a few minutes, though, to thank everybody. Thanks for the folks that have put this together. But more importantly, thanks to all of you out there that has been really on the phones all day. You know, a ton of phone calls made. And it is so important. I was in Philadelphia this past weekend, and the ground game that the Harris campaign has had has just been remarkable. And it's the kind of thing that we needed so badly in races like mine in 2020 and others around the country that we really couldn't get. And the ground game that we've had and the phone calls and all of the phone banking and the text messages and the postcard, it's just truly remarkable. And to think that this campaign gelled like this in a period of about 100 days is just truly incredible. But it shows you the strength, I think, that the party has, that and the pin-up desire that people have to want to come to the party to make sure that we carry this home. And it also shows the strength of Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, how they can bring people together of all races, religions, walks of life, gender, you name it. They have been able to build this amazing coalition. It's things that we've been toiling in the vineyard for a long time, and it has all seemed to come together in such a dramatic fashion over the last 3 to 4 months. It's just absolutely stunning. But it hasn't been just the leaders that have done it. It's been the people on this call. It's been the Eric Swalwells of the world. It's been members of Congress. It's been members of the Senate. But more importantly, it's been people like you that have been dialing every day for so long, dialing today, even on election day, as polls are about to close on the East Coast in a couple hours, still dialing to get people to the polls. And I think we're going to see record turnouts. I mean, I really think we're seeing it. A friend of mine texted me a few minutes ago, said that there was a 5-hour wait at her precinct in Philadelphia. That's remarkable. And I think that that is the momentum that the Harris-Walz campaign has been seeing over the last 3 or 4 weeks. It has just been building and building. So I wanted to lend my voice from the Deep South to say thank you very much. You know, I wish we would carry Alabama, and one day, you know, by God, we're going to carry Alabama. It's just going to take us a little bit longer to keep getting the word out, to keep getting this coalition built, to keep getting candidates out there like we've got right now. So thank you, everybody, for everything you're doing. Thanks so much. Let's just bring it home. Don't stop. Don't stop until all the polls are closed. Keep making those calls.
Thank you, Doug. By the way, Andy Bashir said he is going to bring Kentucky home in 28. So what's your prediction for Alabama, Doug? Do you got a prediction for us? When are you turning Alabama blue?
I'm getting a little older these days, so I'm going to let my grandkids probably do that. It's going to take a lot. But, look, we're working. I will tell you this, Eric, we're going to bring you another Democrat from Alabama into Congress in our second congressional district. So we're going to flip that seat tonight. So we're making progress, guys. We're making slow but sure. We're making progress.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
And
All right.
to Doug's point, Jamie, how important this is. Charlie Kirk from Turning Point USA, who Trump outsourced much of his get out the vote game to, he just tweeted, "Turnout is mixed and not where we want it to be. We need more people to vote. We can't let turnout flatline. Text everyone you know." This is the difference between an organized ground game, which is what we have. We're calling identified voters, and what they have. And that's going to make the difference in these final.
But Eric, let's just, look, I rarely say, let's listen to Charlie and take his advice, and let's text everybody we know and get them out there to vote.
We got to make sure we Venmo Ken that money so Charlie doesn't do it first and get Ken for them next time. All right, we got calls to make. We got to get this number up before we finish. Doug, thank you so much. All right, everybody.
And actually, Jamie, as we wrap up, we're going to bring Ken in. He's got some stories to share as we do the final 20 minutes of calls. So Ken, tell us what you've learned while you've been doing all these calls.
I think Ken is still doing calls. So we can
Okay.
Eric,
I'm getting a note that we're going to bring Ken on at the end.
Yeah, we're bringing that later. Yeah, great. So let's keep making calls. Let's let's everybody focus. Let's get that number up a couple thousand more before we finish. And then by the way, you don't have to stop. You can keep calling when this is going to stop at 5 Eastern, and then you could keep calling. So we're going to bring our callers back on video so you can get inspired. And yeah, let's just keep focused and keep calling till the end of the session. Thank you, guys.
Holy smokes, Jamie.
I can't believe it. It's 7 hours later, Eric. And by the way, Eric, you started the day off in Southern California. No, where were you? I don't even know where you were.
I was in LA for George Whiteside's.
Oh my God.
I just want to, we're going to bring in Ken in a second. But I want to thank, Carol Radziwill. She made calls all day. Chris Bender, I'm pretty sure he's either made 10,000 phone calls or is running a boiler room and like shorting a bunch of stocks over there. I don't know what they're doing. Jeff Berman, amazing. Like he's got the best, like fired up celebrations going. And we've got Natasha and Tim, also Joseph in our group. Thank you all, your family, from Kelly and the rest of the girls. It's so inspiring. On my team, Yardena really rose to the occasion when we both called her, scared about what her reaction was going to be when we had this, you had this crazy idea, and I tried to pawn it off on you so she could just say no and we wouldn't do it, and you convinced her. And then Michaela on your team, Jamie, what a star-studded team that helped us do this. And of course, Eli and the Hovercast team, just toggling all the different requests that we had. So I'm so grateful. And of course, every one of you who made a phone call today or made dozens or hours, thank you so much. I'm going to toss to you, Jamie. You'll bring Ken in with us. But look at that, 636,201 calls that have been made.
I hate to make the joke that you and I made last night, which was we were convinced this was going to be Fyre Fest. We were going to get on this thing. It wasn't going to work. It was going to really sabotage your political career. My producing career was going to be done. If it wasn't for Ken Jeong, it probably would have been over. So it really, I can, and everybody, Eric, you said the thank yous. Let's remember, we have a few hours left. We are going to end the live stream. We're going to end the Zoom, but Arizona is open for a few more hours. You can keep making calls. There's ballot curing. You can go to mobilize.us and find other things to do. Tell your friends, sit on the couch, watch TV, but make calls while you're sitting there. There's no reason to stop. We've gone this far. Ken's proved that you can do 7 hours straight and you look better than you did when you started. Ken, leave us with just one of your favorite stories from the day.
My favorite story was this elderly lady in Georgia did not realize today was November 5th, and she said she was going to vote tomorrow. And I said, well, today is tomorrow. And she said, oh, I'm going to leave right now. It was just so beautiful. It's exactly the reason why we do this. And it was a magical day. It was really, I don't know, this was so inspiring. I just wanted to call Pennsylvania this morning. I was not intending to be here this whole time. And it just happened organically, and your energy, and Carol and Chris and Jeff and Jamie, your family. This was just very organic. This was not by design at all. And I just told my wife, I said, I'm on a roll and I just want to keep doing it. And my wife was like, sure, I'll walk the dog myself, that kind of thing. So it was this organic thing that was surprisingly emotional. It was really just being moved by everybody else doing this. So Dr. Salja, exactly. So I just thank you and Eric so much for doing this. My goal after a while was just to call the blue wall, and then he called the big seven, and then if I could just talk to one person, I felt like I did something. It's better than watching TV and just getting anxious all day. So thank you for this opportunity.
Well, thank you, Ken. Again, thank you to everyone who made calls. Jamie, I'm going to get this whole crew back together when my kids' school has their next charity fundraiser. You guys can really deliver. So Jamie, really credit to you for having this idea too. In your industry, someone told me, the best projects and the best stories start where they're going to end. And we started with this type of effort when she got into the race. This is where we're ending. And really, Jamie, kudos to you, my friend, for having the vision to want to bring it out like this.
Thanks, Eric. It means a lot. I'm sad to leave you. I mean, I kind of don't want to leave you guys, but I kind of do. I got to be honest. It's been a long time with you guys today. And a special shout out to my friends, Jeff and Chris, who really been along with me for this ride and this from the start and the rest of Chris's team there. And let's keep making calls, everybody. Let's do this. We're going to bring this thing home and we're going to know we've done everything we can do it. And we've left it all on the field, which is all we can ask for. So thank you. Thanks, everybody. I hate to say it's time to say goodbye. It's just see you soon. Thank you.
Soon.
Okay.
Thanks, Jeff.
Bye, everybody. Bye.